It's the NFL on EA Sports, and all eyes are on Jared Goff. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Sentinels and the Thunderbirds, and it's all up next.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Glad to have you with us, football fans. Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt up here in the broadcast booth. And Brock, one side with a clear advantage coming into this one. Coming off the bye week, while their opposition, well, not only are they less rested, but they're coming off a big L as well.
Just a reality. Just a reality of the NFL that every season you're going to catch somebody coming off a bye or had more time to rest up than you did. And if you feel sorry for yourself, well, you're probably going to lose. When these games come along, it's time to grit your teeth and work even harder on the...
To kick off, here's Ryan Stonehouse. And we're underway in St. Louis. This one's fielded at the 40-yard line. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. And leading them out in his 9th NFL season. He experienced a real resurgence last year. It's Jared Goff.
A bit of an uneventful outing individually last week, Kate. A touchdown and a pick for him, but the lasting memory, well, there's no question about it. Walking off that field with the loss, that stings. No doubt he feels he could have done more to prevent that result, so expect to see a motivated individual taking snaps here this week.
That's on target, Puka Nacua. And he reaches the 35 before going out. 2nd and 3 now.
Out of bounds at the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3.
On the ground, Chuba Hubbard gets it. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. Call it no gain, maybe one at best on that play. That leaves him with 3rd and 2. Hubbard again. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I don't know what it is, Kate, but I love 3rd down runs. I really do. I know the receivers don't always like it because it's money down and they want the ball, but a 3rd down run for a 1st down can be so demoralizing to that defense.
On target to his man Higgins. And he's able to move past the 45 before going out. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5.
Here's Hubbard on the give. And he gets it forward to steal about a yard out of that. Carl Granderson in on the tackle. They manage a single yard that time. They're going to have to solve 3rd down and 4. Out of the shotgun, Goff. Into traffic, complete. And he's tackled with a 1st down yardage.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your 3rd downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
1st down throw from Goff. This finds Smith. And he works this to the 38 before going down. It was the rookie from USC who got there for that tackle. On 2nd down, it's Hubbard. And they bring him down around the 34. It's a 4-yard gain, and that's going to get him across the marker and earn the 1st. They run again with Hubbard. He's pushed straight ahead, and that's maybe a yard at most. Leo Chanel able to bring him down. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Out of the shotgun and give to Hubbard. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Shotgun snap here to Goff. Catch is made in close. And in for the touchdown. Well, he couldn't ask for a better start to a game than that. The offense taking it all the way down the field and finishing with 6.
These opening drives, Kate, are such tone setters. It is why every offense loves to script their first 15 plays, right? Everybody knows what's coming. Allows you during the practice week to get into rhythm, but even better when you're that sharp, that crisp, and you finish off and get the early lead.
Matt Prater for the point after try. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Sentinels will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Now Prater on to send it away. Here's Tylan Wallace on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. So they come on offense now, ready for their opening drive. And we'll take a glance at their 7th-year QB.
As you take the field coming off of a real late season bye, you just want to maximize what last week was all about. Making sure that physically, mentally, emotionally, you're recharged so you can go attack the final stretch of this season.
First carry here for Aaron Jones. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Here's 2nd and 11. No place to go, so he just threw it away. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Throwing here, Darnold has the connection to Jones. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. These two NFC North teams have played one so far. Neither side separating much so far. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin Q2. They'll try to attack this deficit starting with 1st and 10. Ryman there to haul it in. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, if they were concerned about losing yards, running it on 1st down, it just happened anyway. Not many passes end in a loss. Hopefully they got a little more aggressive strategy coming here on 2nd down.
2nd down carry for Jones. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Devon Bullard bringing that play to an end. A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. Escapes out to the left. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the defense comes through, and that's going to back him up and bring up 4th down. The Thunderbirds out and ready to punt. And this will bring a drive that had some promise to a disappointing end. Fair catch made a little beyond the 20-yard line. The Sentinels and Chuba Hubbard ready to begin another drive. And he's been carrying a great campaign now into the heart of this season. He's hitting top 5 in rushing yardage. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. They go play action with Goff. Caught, nice gain left side. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Following that completion, a member of the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. Following that last play, want to keep that pedal down. 1st and 10 from the 45. Goff. Has him on the quick hitter. And they get this down roughly to the 34-yard line. It's a pickup of 11. And it'll give him a 1st down.
That's another St. Louis first down.
From the gun, Goff. And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. Goff working from the pistol. Taken in by Smith. And they haul him down just a foot or two shy of the red zone. Give him 13 on that play. And that'll be a first down. Running back sent in motion. Throwing again, it's Goff. The lateral goes haywire, it's out! And it's picked up by the defense. And they limit the damage on the return, but it is still a turnover. Not on the same page with his tight end. Well, where one defender failed, Brock, another succeeded. He shook free of that first tackle, but the next guy not only made that hit, but knocked it loose as well.
Kate, as we saw when he broke that first tackle, he can absorb a shot, right? He's got great, what they call contact balance to absorb it and keep going. But that second hit, well, that drove the ball free and leads to this takeaway.
They're out and set, 1st and 10. Man in motion here. Throwing now, following the turnover. That finds Ayuk, complete. It looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Cooper to Gene with the stop. 2nd and 6 coming up here. From the 29. Brought in by Ayuk. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Up to the line, and they're set. 1st and 10. From the gun, Jones gets it. And he's taken down after gaining a couple. That's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning. 8 yards to go. Well, let's see how they approach this second down. From the 39. Short pass brought in. And they push this down to the opposing 47-yard line. Offense in the hurry up here. Throwing from the gun here. That's caught by Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He picks up 15 on the play. And they'll have first down.
Kate, when you watch the combine, you'll watch guys try to make this throw. And without chemistry, it's so hard to execute. That was picture perfect. That's a QB and receiver on the same page because that route, that deep out to the field, that takes just a different level of connectedness. And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
Oh, and the rush is too much. He's taken down. They need some extra time to think over 3rd and long. We've got a timeout. Darnold. Complete over the middle. And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. Oh, he nearly coffin cornered that one, just a little too far, and it's out of the side of the end zone for a touchback. They'll get this drive started, 1st and 10. Goff setting to throw. He's got Smith. And he'll get it up to the 27. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. So that's their first. 2nd and 3 now. Out of the shotgun, Goff. He gets this one to Nakua. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Here's Goff. This time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
And look at that. All that effort and success from the previous play, it is gone. Credit to this defense who snapped and cleared. That's part of this game. You got to snap and clear. Give up a big play, come back and make a big one for yourself. And they do get home with that sack.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started across the Atlantic in the Irish capital of Dublin, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Josh Palmer, a touchdown catch in the victory. In the first half, it was the veteran quarterback Jared Goff who had command of the offense. His touchdown pass is the only score of the game thus far, as his guys hold a 7-0 lead to this point. This has been a hard-fought battle thus far. Just the one touchdown to this point is still anybody's game at 7-0, as both of these defenses have been out there trying to one-up one another.
Wallace with a return here. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Here's Darnold to throw. He's on the move. And they get to him way behind the line on this one and take him down. Big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
I'm not sure that deficit's going anywhere anytime soon. If anything, this is a defense that sees their offense creating not a ton of separation on the board, knowing they've got to shoulder the load. And sacks like that go a long ways towards doing it.
They really need some chunk yardage here on second down. Out of the gun, a gift to Jones. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. And that play cleaned up by Matt Milano. Now we'll get a pause for an injured player. That's Aaron Jones, the man in question, and some obvious discomfort as he gets looked at. So not an enviable spot here as they come up on third and very long. Darnold looking to throw. Dialing up a receiver screen. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, that's one of the moments as a QB, you just feel like those defenders are in your huddle. To drop them for a loss on third down can't happen. It's an incredibly quick read by the defense.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. And he's brought down before the return gets far. 65 yards on the punt there. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Their offense returning to the field for another possession. And things are looking good to snap that 3-game losing streak that they came in on, Brock. They've got the lead here. This drive will begin with Hubbard. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
Kate, I know you can see that smile on my face as we stand next to each other. Sure, I love that run. But I'm thinking about some great running backs. In fact, Corey Dillon, who created a lot of negative grades on my play sheet because I didn't want to carry out no fake. I wanted to watch the damage he could do like we just saw.
Barner with the grab. And he's able to get this down to the 36. Now after making that catch, we see he's shaken up. Trainer's heading out to take a look. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. From the 36. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Sidney Brown makes the play. And the Thunderbirds will take over as he records his first interception of our season. Well, Brock, they left the locker room in front. Great position to be in, right? But a shaky start to half number 2 with that interception right there.
We know that no lead in this league is safe ever, ever, ever. A 1-point lead, something that looks insurmountable. They all seemingly come down to the final possession anyway. And with a whole half of football left, you just can't give away too many possessions like that.
First down, ball at the 36. Blown back in the backfield, and he gets the handoff. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
I talked to a bunch of different GMs, Kate, especially around draft time, and they all say the same thing. Linebackers are so hard to find. It's hard to transition from the college game that's in so much space to this game where you've got to play in a phone booth, yet have that explosiveness to chase a play on the outside down like that linebacker just did.
Short pass caught by his tight end.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
He goes as a gain of 19 yards. And that'll give him a first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
First and 10 from the 41. Blown back in the backfield, and they give it to him. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Brought down by Deron Bland. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run, in need of some attention. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Now Darnold. That's complete to Valdez-Scantling. And this is down to the 28 before the defense halts it. They're now set for 1st and 10. To throw, here's Darnold. On target to Valdez-Scantling. And he's brought down at the 17-yard line. They'll come up 1st and 10. Working inside the red zone. Play didn't break how they wanted it, and he throws this away. Couldn't connect on 1st, it's 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And he got what he could there, only to the 14. Give him 3 that time. That's going to bring up 3rd and 7. Throwing with a blitz on the way. This throw is caught. And they'll get this down nearly to the end zone. Instead, stuffed at the 2. A nice pickup of 11 there, Brock, and they'll have 1st and goal to figure out.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your third downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
Here's Darnold. Well, the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless 3rd quarter for us. It's still just a 1-score game as we resume play in the 4th. The nose of the football inside the 1. Here's 2nd and goal. He gets it headed right. And he runs it across. Touchdown. The Thunderbirds now trail by just a point in the 4th. All right, so the offense does its job, Brock. Now they need their defense to give them a chance to overcome that big deficit.
The momentum in the building's clearly changed. We can feel it here in the booth, but you're right. It's now up to the defense to make a stop and give them a chance.
The kick is good, so this game now hinging on every possession as we're tied up in the 4th. Stonehouse now to kick this one away. Fielded at the 7. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So following the return, looks like somebody's shaken up. Trainers out to determine how severe this may be. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Off play action, Goff. Finds a seam down the middle. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. Following that completion, medical staff headed out for an injured player. We'll see what the nature of his injury is. First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Shotgun snap here to Goff. He throws a bullet deep to the... He's got it inside the 25. It's a huge pickup on the play. And they're going to have a first down.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
That last shot took him right down to the front of the red zone. Here's first down. Running with Hubbard out of the gun. And he'll have a short pickup down to the 17. It's a gain of 3 for him. That brings up 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 17-yard line.
Hubbard trying this up the gut. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
And he's going to be just inside the 10 before he goes out. 9-yard pickup, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
That's another. 1st and goal at the 9-yard line.
From the gun, Goff. That one's incomplete in the end zone.
You know, when we were growing up in the backyard, we call them alligators. 1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator. He needed another alligator in order to get that ball off. Credit the defense for forcing the incompletion.
Shotgun snap, they're gonna throw. Catch is made in close. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. Buckle up, it's 3rd and goal. Looking to throw. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown. The Sentinels take a 4th quarter lead. The impact this guy has had on this game, Brock, has been massive. They'd be on the comeback trail right now if it wasn't for his 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and that second one far bigger than his first when you just look at the game circumstances. Puts him in front here in the second half. Puts a little jet fuel in the engines of their defense.
Prater on for the PAT. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Sentinels break that tie and now lead by 7. Now Prater on to send it away. Wallace with a return here. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Here comes their offense out again. Still time to go, Brock, but that touchdown has them down now 7. They've got to find the end zone here. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Blown back gets the handoff. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
Hey, even though that was an excellent run, I got to talk about the receivers here, Kate, because 9 times out of 10, you see a run like that in this league, 10 plus, you know those guys on the outside are doing their job, shining as blockers, keeping those defenders away from the back.
1st and 10 from the 41. Darnold now to throw. This is reeled in by Valdez-Scantling. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down. Now they'll throw out of the gun. Completed over the middle. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. And we have to pause here for an injured player. Ooh, it's Brandon Ayuk, who looks to be in some pain as they tend to him. 2nd and 3 now. from the 41. Hits him on the in route. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. Give him 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs. That brings us to the 2-minute warning in St. Louis. Thunderbirds down by 7. They've got first down from the 31. He'll throw it yet again. And they got there in time. He's taken down. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up. Here he is to throw. Complete to Shakir. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. They need some extra time to think over third and long. We've got a timeout. Here he is to throw. Couldn't connect across the middle. It's an incomplete pass. Looking for his wide receiver there. So that brings up fourth and long. Looking to throw it. And to force it on fourth, and it's intercepted. And the Sentinels make the play that should win them this game. Wow, an aggressive choice to go for it on fourth and that kind of distance. And an equally aggressive play in coverage to pick that pass off.
Yeah, that down and distance, you're not running it, right? Too far to get to the stick, so that defense had all eyes on the quarterback. They knew that pass was coming, and it's one thing to know it, it's another thing to execute it and go take it away. That's a big momentum swing for this defense.
The Sentinels and Jared Goff set to take over on offense once again. And this is some quality film review right here. Look at this. Couple of touchdowns, good amount of yards, too. He's been moving them down the field like only he can, putting together quite the game for himself in the process. Here's first and 10 from the 34. Counterplay, Hubbard. And he cannot shake the tackler along the line of scrimmage. Timeout taken by the defense. Their second. Second and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Here's a give to Hubbard. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. The defense takes its third and final timeout. That's all they had, so the offense free to start running the clock down now. With the win in hand, they'll take the knee, let this clock run out.
There's still some time to bleed off the clock, but the important factor is that the defense is helpless to stop it. You could just run that clock down as far as you're able and take off every single second. Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And they draw first blood against a division rival. They'll go on the road later this year with a chance at completing that season sweep. So for my partner Brock Heward and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott, saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. It's a win for the Sentinels as we say so long from St. Louis.
It's Week 11 of the National Football League, and we've got the rocket-armed Will Levis. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Aviators and the Bulls, and it's all up next on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right over them for big yardage, and maybe 6 points too.
To kick off, here's Will Lutz. And off we go from Buenos Aires. Khalif Raymond to return it. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. And they're brought out by the reigning MVP, the second of his career, the best runner in the game. It's Lamar Jackson.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. And being the team first guy he is, he'd be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, or maybe even no touchdown passes, so long as they get the win in the end.
And his game will begin with an incomplete pass. No luck finding George Kittle with that one. And now they face second down. They'll go from the gun with Sanders. And he'll have a small 4-yard chunk there. Marte Mapu, the man on the tackle.
When you don't have great success on first down, Kate, it's a little bit like a hitter in baseball falling behind in the count. And all you want to do as a hitter is get back to a fighting chance. Give yourself a better count. That play, well, it does the same here. Now a much more manageable and opportune third down situation.
It's a gain of 12 there. And it'll give him a first down.
Well, that is pretty darn impeccable timing between the two. To hit a curl route of that length, it takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback, and the receiver on the other end finishing it, doing his job.
Throwing now on first down, it's Jackson. That's too far in front, and it's not going to be caught.
Defense all over that throw. You could just smell it. They just smelled that football coming their way, and that's as good as an incompletion. And they're going to be in a good spot. Second down coming up.
That's knocked away by a defender, incomplete.
You know, that is so hard to do. It's called body control. Great positioning to swat the ball away, not go through the receiver, no penalty flag. He's got the body control and, more importantly, the timing to knock that ball away.
They're trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop it. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of fourth down. The Bulls sending out their punt team. And this will put an end to the drive after it's stalled out. And the coverage team is there as he fields it, so almost nothing on that return before he stopped. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. And leading them out is their second-year quarterback from Kentucky. He earned several starts as a rookie. It's Will Levis.
Nobody came away happy last week, no question about it. Himself, most of all. His team went 0-1, picking up the loss, but he was 0-1. 1 pick, no touchdowns. Not good enough. Defeat not an option this week, and neither is a lack of touchdowns. They intend to rectify both.
He swarms in the middle. This gets maybe a yard. Brought down by Javon Hargrave. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Levis from the shotgun. Has him on the quick hitter. They're working a couple of yards past the line. Former first-rounder Devin Bush making the play. Let's see what they draw up on this 3rd and 7. From the gun, Levis. And that's a win for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. 4th down coming up.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
Calls for the fair catch, and he's got it at the 34-yard line. The Bulls send Lamar Jackson ready to go again on offense. And he's been somebody who can get the scoring done with his legs just as much as his arm. You can see he's top 5 for touchdowns among NFL QBs. First down, here's Lamar. Escapes the pocket. He tucks it and takes off. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
On 1st and 10, it's Jackson. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense who puts a sack on the board.
Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Trying again following the sack. Ooh, would have been a big gainer if they connected, but they could not. Instead, 3rd down coming up. Now it's Lamar. Dump off caught by his back. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down.
I'm a big fan of the screen pass. Really, you can run a screen as they just showed on any play. 1st, 2nd, 3rd down, sometimes even 4th. It takes great acumen, a great football IQ defensively to have an awareness it's coming, and then more importantly, to stop it.
That one hits at the 6, but can't check up. It gets into the end zone for a touchback. Their offense headed back out for its 2nd drive of the contest. And they haven't gotten their legs under them on offense just yet, Brock. 3 plays and a punt on their opening drive. Levis now off the play fake. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Now is Terry McLaurin on the target. And it's going to be 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Shotgun now for Levis. On target to his back, Joe Mixon. He's descended upon quickly and dropped after it looks like a yard gain. Brought to the ground by Kaiser White. Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. Levis back to throw. Caught by Marshall. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter, but they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that being stopped short of the sticks.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. Jukes one defender. And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. We've finished 1 quarter in what's still a scoreless game. Couple of zeros on the board right now. We'll return with more NFL action right after this. And we're back. Road offense out there and set. Let's get the 2nd quarter started. They got this after forcing a punt at the end of 1. He's got Shaheed. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down.
That can be a hopeless feeling when you fire a curl route right into zone coverage perfectly like that. Unless that curl happens to be right next to where one of your guys is sitting, that pass can hum in there and there's nothing this defense can do.
Give him 8 yards on the play. And it sets up 1st down.
That's certainly a spot where you could be more aggressive, Kate, if you wanted to take your shots. But some coaches, even the bolder ones, will take the safe play first when they get it from time to time. No 3rd down required now.
First and 10. Here's Jackson. That throw finds Kittle. And this one does not go far.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on a throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
Here we go, 2nd and 9. He's got him, that's Addison. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
First down throw for Jackson. Pass is caught by Addison. And they take him down right along the 30. 2nd and 3 now. Lamar throwing again. Caught. Trey Tucker makes the play. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. A 5-yard gain on the play. And that gives them the first. Jackson yet again. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Lamar off the play fake. He's got it near the 8. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They got 24 yards on the play. And now they have a 1st and goal.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips and cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal. Sanders runs it in for the touchdown. The Bulls get the game's first points here in the 2nd. So, Brock, this offense starting to find its rhythm a bit as they finish things with a touchdown there to give them the lead.
And the key word there that you said is finish, because you want to have that mindset, even in early in the game, that field goals aren't going to cut it. So that's great work to make sure they finish with 6 points.
Brandon Aubrey now on for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Aubrey now to kick this one away. To return, Jerome Ford. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Well, we've already seen some nice plays here, and we're going to see plenty more before this game ends. But you might be thinking, with plays like that, my guys' ratings should be better. Well, you're not alone. You got a chance to let the Madden ratings hotline know just what you're thinking. Give them a call, 1-844-MADDEN-1, and make your case for who should get a boost. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a 24-yard gash, and it gives them the first down. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. Levis now on 1st down. Got a man, it's Thomas. And they make the tackle at the 38.
Kate, when Bill Walsh was implementing the drag route with the 49ers in the 80s, it sounded the same way as it did with Mike Holmgren and me with the Seahawks in the 2000s versus man on a drag route, run away. You see zone coverage, settle down, give your quarterback his numbers, and you can find a completion just like that.
And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They'll get 31 yards on the play, and that will set up 1st and goal.
Speed kills, baby. You better make that tackle right away on these receivers or you're going to get some serious yak. Those yards after catch just like that. Taking a short gain and turning it into an explosive play.
Putting the tight end in motion. Working inside the red zone. The throw is caught. And he's tackled for no gain. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. It's 2nd and goal. Levis throwing again. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out. picked up by the defense.
You know, Kate, that's a stop they're going to use as teaching tape for an entire season. Heck, the offseason. Back pressed against their own end zone, making an impact play. No one expected to force a fumble. His effort directly kept points off the scoreboard, and it's that type of effort the coaches want to see from everyone on the field.
Their offense headed out now. Not much time left before the half. They're up by 7. We'll see if they choose to just rest on that going into half. Now we have a stoppage. No challenges inside of 2 minutes and a half, but the replay official wants to take another look at this on their own. Yeah, pretty bang-bang play out there. It's tough to see exactly what happened on our first look in real time.
But you know what I like here, and I do appreciate, and these officials are so good at let the play just play itself out before calling it dead. Now all the replays and the camera angles will give us such a better idea of really what happened.
So the nice defensive play, all for naught. He was down first, no fumble. Now Levis on 3rd and goal. He has the touchdown. So he looks to and finds the big fella, and his tight end takes it in for 6.
Such a reliable weapon down in the red zone. You know, kind of reminds me like a point guard making an entry pass to that post player. When you trust your big people around you, and when a quarterback trusts his tight end like that, it makes a difference.
Will Lutz now on for the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Aviators tie this game 7-7. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Here's Raymond on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. They take over on offense now pretty late in this first half. And with just under 40 seconds left to go, Brock, they can try a drive, but they got to hurry. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Lamar now from the gun. Anticipated the quick staccato pass there. It's knocked away, incomplete. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. This one is hit by a defender and winds up incomplete.
I know a DB in the stat sheet loves to see INT and not PBU, but as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible, he does the next best thing and knocks it away.
And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. So another punt coming up. Michael Dixon back out there. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. That punt gets up to 59 yards. And hardly any time remaining for them in this game. Only 17 seconds left for them as they begin this drive. All right, keeping it simple. They're just going to call a give right up the middle. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Give him 9 yards. He almost moved the chains there. It's going to be 2nd and 1. That brings us to halftime, and these teams locked up on the scoreboard. It's a 7-7 ball game. Now we'll head back to North America ever so briefly. Jonathan Coachman standing by in Orlando with our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started across the Atlantic in the Irish capital of Dublin, where you see the final score there. Josh Palmer, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there, we're off to check out another game. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Alec Pierce, 2 touchdown catches in the victory. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out
Aubrey now
to be
to
the
kick this one
difference.
away. Here's Ford on the return. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive, the second half. And they could take control in the second half early, Brock, if they break the tie on this opening drive. Motioning him from the slot right. Look at this, the wideout gets it to start this drive. And he's brought down for a loss.
That's why you often see some mix, some high percentage pass plays on 1st and 10. You got to keep a defense honest. They're always looking for a run in that situation and a chance to stack them up for 2nd and long.
2nd and 12 behind the sticks. Complete, it's McLaurin. He's forward, gets a couple of yards. Stopped there by Cedric Johnson.
How's your block shedding out there, boys? Because they need to get through some blocks to hang that screen up quickly. And they were Johnny on the spot.
Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And he's down after getting this up to the 41. He finds him 16 yards and a new set of downs.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
On the play fake, it's Levis. And he takes it just inside the 40, down to the 39. It's a 21-yard gain, and it'll give him a first down.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
On the option, here's Mixon. He's 4A up the middle, and that's about 3. That was Martin Emerson with a stop that time. 2nd down now, 7 to go.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 36-yard.
Keeping it with Mixon. Brushes him off with ease. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that'll be a first down.
It's got to be so demoralizing as a defense when you go up against a running back who just keeps those legs churning like a piston in an engine, and that effort's contagious. This entire offense is getting a boost when he busts those tackles.
All set up now for 1st and 10. Here's Levis. He gets this one to McLaurin. And he'll go down here at the 16.
Well, the odds aren't great when you throw into double coverage. Normally you see one of the defenders make a play on the ball. 2 men nearby, and that's a missed opportunity for the coverage to make an impact play.
From the 16. Forced out to his right. He's running with it. We've got a break in the action. Looks like someone was shaken up on the play. Medical personnel out now to attend to him. Four downs now to get in. Here's 1st and goal. They're going to run here. It's Mixon. And he won't get anything there. Several defenders nearby to hold him up. No gain that time, and now it'll be 2nd and goal. Shotgun now for Levis. Into traffic, complete. Touchdown! Well, this has definitely been a tight one throughout, Brock. So now that they've taken the lead, the question becomes, can they hold on to it?
And that question right there is one the defense has to answer. But this sure had the look of a drive where a coaching staff challenged that offense, saying, hey, we need a big drive from you guys right here. And sure enough, that offense delivers.
Yeah, no doubt. Lutz there to tack on the extra point. And the Aviators break that tie and now lead by 7. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Here's Raymond on the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Their offense running back out now. And they have tried on occasion to ramp up their passing game, but As nothing has worked with consistency yet, Brock. Might be why they trail near the end of this third quarter.
You sure love teams who excel on the ground, right? You love a physical game of football who can hammer at the opponent. But in today's NFL, it's just impossible to win if you don't have a passing component that's balancing it out.
And he's brought down after a short gain. Second down now, 7 to go. Shotgun snap to Jackson. Wow, very quick throw, but they couldn't connect.
Can't cover it much better than that really well-covered Cade on that play. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
Jackson now on third. Complete beyond the marker. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On third down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity, and man, did he make an impact play.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Handoff here to Sanders. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Hey, range is not an optional feature for middle linebackers in today's game. It's a prerequisite for the job. And this guy definitely has it. Followed that play from the start, and he ended it with a loss.
And without much room to work, he has a minimal gain on the final play of the third quarter. We'll see what they come up with for third down in just a bit. We've reached the end of 3. It's still just a one-score game as we resume play in the fourth. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. From the gun, Jackson. He puts some power on a deep one left. And the defender redirects that deep shot. Nicely done. Incomplete. That one vehemently swatted away. And that brings up 4th and long. Punt team on the field. Michael Dixon will kick it away. Averaging a little under 50 a kick so far, Brock, as he gets away another one. And little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. 58 yards on the punt there. And it's going to be their football coming up. Now outruns their offense to take over. They'll try to emphasize what worked on their last drive, which ended, Brock, in a touchdown. One of the tight ends in motion left. They'll begin with a run by Mixon. And he'll get them forward here up to the 24-yard line. Give him around 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4.
Brings up 2nd and 4 at the 24-yard line.
He gets crushed behind the line, and the ball comes out. And this is going to be a turnover. The defense forces the big play.
You're using this play to try for a first down, but also set up whatever in your back pocket for third down. But you know what? Throw it all away. None of it matters now if you can't hang on to the doggone football. And the defense pounces on that one in a hurry.
The offense getting set to go. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. Sanders on the shotgun handoff. And he drives into a pile of defenders and is stopped right at the line. Hang on now. Looks like we've got an injured player out there and in need of some aid. So we'll step away briefly as they work on it. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Now the first carry for Ezekiel Elliott. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. Give him 4 on that run. That's going to bring up 3rd and 5. Play action. Here's Jackson. Flushed out of the pocket. He's running for it. A nice gain of 8 there, and that brings him to 1st and goal.
You know, before the snap, right before the snap, you may have to take off if the read isn't there. That was a great adjustment made at the perfect time for the first down.
Trying the inside handoff to Sanders. And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop. First shot gets him 5. Still a couple of looks remaining. It's second and goal. And he gets in. Touchdown. The Bulls now trail by just a point in the 4th. It's a Lamar Jackson touchdown. Wow, Brock, hard to imagine a more effective play in their entire playbook for that particular spot right there.
You know, you get in this red zone, Kate, you want the ball in the hands of the guys you do trust the most to score. In a lot of cases, well, you trust your quarterback, and all he did was add to that trust.
The kick is good, so this game now hinging on every possession as we're tied up in the 4th. Aubrey now to kick this one away. Rager with the return here. He stopped on the return at the 27. The Aviators and running back Joe Mixon headed out for their next series. And we always hear running backs say one fumble is too many for a game. Well, he's lost one now. The low point in a game that's had a lot of struggles for him on the ground. They're out and set, 1st and 10. From the gun, Levis. Completed over the middle. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first. New slated downs to approach here from the 40.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line.
1st and 10, a run to Mixon. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line. That play gains 15, and it moves the sticks.
You spring a big game like that, Kate, on the interior, 9 times out of 10, that O-line decisively won their matchup with the big fellas up front. They got those pads down. They created leverage, and they opened up that running lane.
And he'll advance this down to the 38-yard line. It's a solid 7-yard pickup on 1st down. Now they're going to have 2nd and 3.
Brings up 2nd and 3.
Running with Mixon out of the gun. And he's not going to get anything as that brings us to the 2-minute warning. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. A give to Mixon up the middle. And they bring him down. Looks like he got it to the 27. It's a pickup of 11. And they'll have 1st down.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 27-yard line.
Staying between the tackles with Mixon. And they'll surrender just a lone yard. That brings up 2nd down. The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. As they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down. Here's Mixon. Has some space inside the 15. And he's all the way down to the 6-yard line. Timeout taken by the defense. Their 2nd. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the 1st. 1st down, and they go right back to it. And they needed more than one defender. Their powerful runner stopped for just 1 yard. 2nd and goal coming up, 5 yards to the end zone. Again, the give to Mixon. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
What was supposed to move the chains, or at least make 3rd down easier to handle instead, well, did the exact opposite here, Kate. It now makes this 3rd down a whole lot trickier to figure out.
Mixon on 3rd and goal. And he drives forward for a little, maybe to the 7. It's only 1 yard on the run, partner, and that's going to leave him with a tough 4th and goal.
This front, well, they've done a good job bending and not breaking. 1st down, didn't score. 2nd down, didn't score. And now 3rd and goal, can't find the end zone either.
That one is good! folks, is your game winner.
That field goal gives them the lead for the moment, Kate, but you don't feel comfortable when you look up at that scoreboard. This one isn't over, and that lead certainly isn't safe.
And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. One final shot here. Catch is made down the right sideline. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And with overtime in their back pocket, they weren't going to lose it at the end, but they still managed to set up the field goal, and he executed the game winner. What a memorable way to win it. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Aviators emerge as winners, and with that, we sign off from Buenos Aires.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports, and we'll see Jordan Love. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Voyagers and the Nighthawks, next on Madden NFL 25.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for joining us, everyone. With my partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. And like so many matchups in the NFL, Brock, our focus goes right to the quarterbacks in this one. Both of these guys, players who've been around the league now for some time, they've definitely established themselves as veterans who know how to win football games.
Yeah, I think the word of the day, Kate, is definitely experience. Two guys who've been through the season several times over, have seen a lot at this point in their career, and been through quite a bit on the field. All that experience is stored up there right between the ears.
Matt Gay now ready to get this one started. And away we go from Virginia Beach. Set to return, this is Braxton Berrios. He stopped on the return at the 27. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Bringing them out, someone who wowed last year in his first chance as a starter, Jordan Love.
Even he mentioned it to us. There hasn't been much celebrating for him since last week. While other guys were taking in the win and enjoying some time to relax, he was reviewing what went wrong in that game. An interception, not finding the end zone. That's not the type of impact that usually finds you a win, and he knows he's got to do more for his team.
Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Eric Stokes getting there for the stop. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5. They motion a receiver left. Second down carry for Achan. And this run is stopped after getting up past the 35. Give him 4 yards there, and they only need 1 more now on third down.
That's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 1.
Love out of the shotgun. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
Every defense in this league is going to sign up for a 3-and-out to begin a ball game. But to send him off the field, to really add that extra tone setter by backing him up with a sack, well, that's the cherry on top of that 3-and-out.
He's got it at the 24. And he's brought down before the return gets far. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. They'll be led out by the 5th-year pro who can really fill up a stat sheet, Justin Herbert.
Hey, it wasn't a banner game he had last week, stuffing the stat sheet, but still one that falls squarely into the good territory. Had a couple touchdowns to make up for the 1 interception, and his effort was enough to be one of the pillars in their win, and certainly some momentum to build on today.
They'll run it here with Bijan Robinson. And he won't win the race to the outside. That run's bottled up at the line. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Staying with Robinson. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
There's absolutely nothing he could do in that situation, Kate. Defense broke through so quickly they had him dead to rights soon after he got the ball in his hands.
On third down, Herbert. And oh, he missed over the middle there. Lucky that one didn't end up worse. That's swatted away, incomplete.
And you ask a lot of your defenders on that field. It is not easy to play defense in today's NFL. Not only stay in their assignment's hip pocket, but to make plays on the ball as it arrives. He was challenged with an intermediate throw, and he swatted it away with ease.
And a nice return out of him. They have it a little further up past their own 30. The Voyagers send a running back, Devon Achan, getting back to work. And you know who the ball is going to when they reach the red zone. He's currently top 5 across the NFL in rushing scores this season. On first down, they're going to start out with Achan. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Play brought to an end by Jonathan Grenard. 2nd and 6 coming up here.
2nd and 6.
From the 39. Completes this one to Otten. And he's caught after a gain of about 2. Tackle made by Cameron Curl.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
And he won't get it there. Defender finds a throw and breaks it up. Gonna have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. And that'll bring up 4th and 3. Tommy Townsend on to punt. Got 46 on his first punch, and this one's pushing a little more distance. So here comes this offense for its second series of the game. They didn't start the game off like they wanted, Brock. Still searching for that opening first down as they take the field a second time. Herbert on first down. This is caught by Jalen Waddle. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. We're going to look here at the receiving numbers for him from last week. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Play action now for Herbert. He throws a bullet to the center of the field. And he's there to send that one away, incomplete.
You know, it's tough to succeed at linebacker in most defenses if you can't hold your own in coverage. They rely on you to break up throws just like that and take some of the stress off the secondary.
He has the first over the middle. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. That one gains 7. And that'll give him a first down. They're set up at the 35 now. 1st and 10, Herbert. Finds him over the middle. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47.
A gain of
12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first. Now Herbert again. Finds his target, Robinson. Doesn't get much beyond the line, a yard at most. Kirby Joseph up for the stop. Through one quarter, neither side breaking through on the scoreboard. Couple of zeros on the board right now. We'll get back to the action in just a moment. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its stride. They're advancing it well as they face second down. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
Kate, I've seen a one-step drop. I've seen a 3, a 5, a 7. Some of the boots and play actions get more depth, but a 20-step drop? That's not going to cut it. Except for this defense, it just adds a whole bunch of negative yards to that play.
Defense looking to defend the marker on third down. Shotgun snap to Herbert. That's caught for the first. And that is a touchdown. The Nighthawks get the game's first points here in the second. It's a Jalen Waddle touchdown. I love plays like this, Brock. Sometimes you just gotta ask your dude, show me what you got, man. Show off those wheels, and he did just that.
Yeah, beauty in simplicity, right?
Yep.
Now, when you run that fly route, you got to win right from the jump. And you got to protect yourself from the sideline, too. Don't get pushed to the boundary. Give your quarterback room to throw it up, and you can find pay dirt.
Extra point converted by Gay. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. His return starts at the 5. He's got a lane up past the 30. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. This offense ready to get going again now. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on first down. No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. Love now to throw. Finds his man. It's DeMario Douglas. And that will not be enough for a first down. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Trying to pick it up here with Achane. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
So it'll be Tommy Townsend once again to punt this away. Deep to return, Xavier Gibson. Averaging over 50 yards a kick, and this is another one well hit. Secures this at the 17. And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. The Nighthawks are headed out there alongside Jalen Waddle for this next series. And so far, with a chunk of the season gone, you can see he's been the league's most productive receiver in terms of yardage. Here's Herbert, 1st and 10. Finds his man over the middle. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12. They're set up at the 35 now. Quick slant taken in by Waddle. And he's going to be brought down at the 42.
Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's a reason. This is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
He put some juice on it into a ton of traffic, and this one's intercepted. Kirby Joseph picks it. And the Voyagers will take over as he records his first interception of our season. Well, I know I don't need to tell you, partner, but if you're going to try to get aggressive, really push a throw downfield like that, you have to be smart about how you do it.
Yeah, that is spot on, Kate. If you've got to find that spot when you know the coverage won't be able to hold up, especially as you go 20, 30, 40 yards down the field. Hey, listen, these defenders in the league today, you throw a ball deep down the field like that, it turns into a 50-50 ball. More times than not, they can make a play and take it away, just as they did.
New slated downs to approach here from the 40. They'll start the drive with Achan. And he works his way for a gain of 4. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. Second and 6 coming up here. They'll stick with A-Chain. He locates a couple of yards through that chaos. That's Marcus Davenport with the tackle. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4.
Brings up 3rd and 4.
Throwing, Love. Makes the grab in bounds, left side. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And they're going to have a first down.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
First down, ball at the 36. Shotgun now for Love. Diving right side, got it! Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And it'll give him a first down. Love looking to pass. This one delivered off target, Brock. That's incomplete.
Hey, Mr. Quarterback down there, that's a throw that's got to go somewhere else. Double coverage was waiting for it. QB super fortunate that ball wasn't picked. An incompletion, still pretty good for the defense, too.
That's caught. Devon Achan. And he'll go down here at the 16.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. As they'll get together and discuss with 4th down coming up. Jake Elliott on now to attempt this field goal. This a 39-yarder. The kick by Hopkins is good. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
You know, you look at that 3rd down play, looking back, and it really turns into a 3-point play. It's why situational work is so critical. Coaches talk about it all the time. Sure, you love the field goal, but man, they would have loved a touchdown more.
Jackson now to return it. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. This offense headed back to the field, led by their receiver. And they have made it no secret that they want to go his way in this game, right? And the results so far, that's a very promising. Throwing on first is Herbert. Fits it through the middle. Rolling into enemy territory. They rip off a huge chunk of field as the downs reset.
Just excellent effort on that catch. And a lightning quick transition from bringing that football in to getting vertical. He was not content for a second to end that play where he caught it. Any catch he makes, his intent is to put some serious yards on top of it.
So a massive gain, and all of a sudden we've got 1st and 10 inside the red zone. Working inside the red zone. And the connection made in the end zone. Touchdown. The Nighthawks grow their lead just before halftime. It's a Jalen Waddle touchdown. His 2nd scoring catch of the game. All right, partner, what do you think? Was that a design read, or did he just see space and he was reacting more on the old quarterback instinct there?
Yes. I think yes on both of them, and that play happens so fast that it really is instincts on both sides.
Gay with the point after. And the Nighthawks drive their lead to 11.
14. Voyagers 3.
Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. Barrios now to return it. He stopped on the return at the 27. Now this offense ready to head back out. And we're a shade away from 50 seconds to go in the half. That's enough time to put something together. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Love from the gun. This is complete. Jalen Tolbert. And he gets him around 6 there. Hauled to the ground by Jordan Hicks. 2nd and 4. Got his target. It's Otten. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Play fake. It's Love. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. 2nd down coming up. Takes the handoff, now Love. Man there, it's Malik Neighbors. He does it, touchdown! The Voyagers make it a one-score game before halftime. Malik Neighbors with a touchdown. So sensational work by a skill man there, Brock. Anytime you can make your quarterback look that good, you know he appreciates it.
That's a quarterback's best friend, no question. But on the other side, gosh, defensively, you got to get that skill player down. Period, end of story. You can't give up that much yards after catch.
Point after added on by Elliott. And the Voyagers cut the lead down to 4. We've got a good one here. They've cut the lead to 4 as they send it away. Jackson now to return it. They'll have decent field position to begin with here, Brock. He's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line. The offense returning to the field now as we get a look at their wideouts. And he finds himself across an important benchmark for yards this season after that last drive. He stayed pretty busy this season, and the numbers show just that. 1st and 10, here's Herbert. Able to hit Robinson, complete. And he's gonna get this up close to the 40 before going out. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. From the 39. This is on target to Xavier Gibson. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. Timeout taken by the offense, their 2nd. 1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. Working from the gun here, it's Herbert. Incomplete pass, and we're down to 12 seconds remaining.
I'll tell you what that deflection right there, Kate, tells me. That defense was following and reading the quarterback's eyes. Knew exactly where that throw was going. And it takes a little bit of intuition, a little bit of feel. He's able to get his hands on it and knock it out of bounds.
And that is incomplete. 8 seconds left now.
That's just simply great positioning to swat the ball away. He stayed in a spot where he could disrupt the throw before the target and make a play on it.
Looking to throw. Got a man. Robinson has it.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a 1st down.
And this one had a brief chance, but not a good kick in the end. He misses it. So that's halftime here in this one. The Nighthawks on the road, but currently flying high. Now we'll send you down the East Coast to our studios in Orlando. Jonathan Coachman and the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started across the Atlantic in the Irish capital of Dublin, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Josh Palmer, a touchdown catch in the victory. Next, we head off to check out another game. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Alec Pierce, 2 touchdown catches in the victory. Both these teams ready for the fight ahead. We're ready to get back to it as well. And to do just that, we'll hand it back over to Kate and Brock.
As always, a hat tip to Coach for his hard work during the break, as we're happy to welcome y'all back for the start of our third quarter. Jackson now to return it. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. The Nighthawks and running back Bijan Robinson getting set to begin another drive. And you can see he's done his part on offense this season, sitting second right now in the league in rushing touchdowns. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. On the play fake, it's Herbert. He's got a man left. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. Tackling like his dad, Joey Porter Jr. making that play. So now pause for an injured player, and this is a big one. It is Justin Herbert who's in some pain. He's being attended to after that play. First throw for the backup now. On target to Waddle. Decent gain here, but short of the first. 1 yard, all that's needed. This is 3rd and inches. From the gun, it's Robinson. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. Give him 3 on that gain. And it sets up 1st down.
That is your old school meat and potatoes call right there. Don't even think about throwing it. Just rush it ahead and get what you need.
Going to the ground again on 1st. And they're on him after about a 2-yard gain. Patrick Queen ranging in for the tackle. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8. The play fake, now Herbert to throw. That's knocked away by a defender, incomplete. Clean breakup on that throw. So they're left facing 3rd and long. Shotgun snap to Herbert. Complete beyond the marker. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. He picks up 15 on the play. And that gives them the 1st.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Now it's a bootleg for him. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark. Really, from the first snap through this second half, there have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered. That's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
3rd and 4 coming up now. Herbert to throw once more. Has him on the quick hitter. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You know, Kate, they say a dog is a man's best friend. The tight end that moves the chains on 3rd down, that's a QB's best friend.
A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Herbert throwing again. Short pass brought in. And they get this down to the 12-yard line before being stopped. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
A new set of downs awaits them. Here's 1st and 10. From the red zone now. Cut near the goal line. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. And the 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Robinson can't push it across. They make the stand, and looks like they might have stopped him a little bit behind the line, too.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
Herbert. And the catch is made for the touchdown. The Nighthawks grow the lead coming out of halftime. Well, Brock, you know this better than most. Sometimes these dudes can be a quarterback's best friend, finding the tight end in the end zone for 6.
And it really has been that way for decades when you think about it, Kate. From John Mackey to Tony Gonzalez to Travis Kelce. The position can be such a mismatch when you're throwing for the end zone.
Extra point converted by Gay. And the Nighthawks drive their lead to 11.
Voyagers 10.
Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. Returning it from the 4. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30.
At their own 28-yard line.
Thrown on 1st down, Love. Into the hands of Neighbors. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Just 1 quarter remaining in this one. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. New slated downs to approach here from the 40. On 1st and 10, here's Love. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. Second and 6 coming up here. Love from the gun. Neighbors with the catch. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. They get 28 out of that play. And it'll give him a 1st down.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
They have themselves another 1st and 10. Out of this shotgun, a give to A-Chain. And he's only going to get 2 or 3 yards on that one. Second down now, 7 to go. Play fake, it's Love. And there's a man there, it's intercepted. And the Nighthawks will take over as he records his 1st interception of our season. And just like that, a really good drive is taken away with an INT.
Sure was a lot of promise on that series, right?
Yeah.
That's a small silver lining for them at the very least, but probably won't be much comfort now. And it's going to feel even worse when this quarterback watches the tape tomorrow.
The Nighthawks are being led back out on offense by Justin Herbert here. And as we're reminded of some of the highlights of this game, his touchdowns ranking quite high among them. We're going to see 3 of them here, and if you're scoring like that, Brock, it normally means you've had a pretty darn good game. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Play action now for Herbert. Completes. It's Bijan Robinson. And he'll head out of bounds after a short gain. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Herbert now off the play fake. Pressure's on him and it gets home. He's dropped. And that pushes him back. 3rd down coming up.
As much as we talk about offenses wanting to stay ahead of the chains, they want to stay on script. Well, a defense, they want to rip that script up. And a sack like that, creating 3rd and extra longs, it's exactly how you get it done.
This offense looking to convert as they come up on 3rd down. Herbert from the gun. Gets him on the in route. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks.
Feet and eyes, Kate. Feet and eyes. They so often tell the story of every position on the field. When that quarterback's feet and eyes move to his secondary read, and so often it's a tight end, well, it's incumbent on that defense to fly to the ball. You want to make that tackle, force the 4th down? It took a great defensive effort to do it.
And he found some space to do a little damage there before they bottle him up. This one returned for 11 yards. And it'll be their football. This offense getting all set for this series. They are coming off their 1st interception of the game. This drive now a chance to rebuild some confidence. First down throw, here's Love. This is complete to Neighbors. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6 at the 43-yard line.
Finds a man right side. And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. We'll pause now for an injured player, and it looks like he's worse for wear after handling that last carry. New set of downs for him from the 46. Shotgun now for Love. Tight end reels in the shallow throw. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. Ooh, not much time to adjust, but he catches it still off the tip. And he's able to get this down to the 36. Looking to throw on 3rd and 1. That heater is going to fall to the turf. Jake Elliott on now to attempt this field goal. He was good on his first kick. Going to need to hit this one well to go 2 for 2. Got all of it, and this is good! And it pulls him back within 1 score here in the 4th.
His make there, they had to have that one. And it really does set up a judgment call down on the field. And this is where special teams coach and head coach are talking about game management. You've got 3 timeouts left, so you really can write either script you want. Onside kick or send it deep.
And in the end, Brock, an exciting touchback as the return comes out to the 30. The visitors are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. And like we've seen from him before, Brock, he got a good game going early through the air and kept the pressure up from then on. He's still taking it to him now as we work through this 2nd half. Drive begins with a run. It's Robinson. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. As they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down. Another carry for Robinson. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. Timeout taken by the defense. Their second. Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Robinson on the inside give. And he's tackled for a short gain. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. The Nighthawks flying out their punt team. Getting about 50 yards of boots so far, and here's another quality effort. He has it at the 13. And he gets his offense in better field position here to start. Up close to the 30. Looks like he might break it for a minute, but still a good 14 yards on the return. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Setting up to pass. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there when he saw the field. It's going to be 2nd down. Back to throw. Put the body on the line for his team. Gotta hurry this to the line. Here he is to throw. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
4 yards on the pickup.
He'll look to throw it. Able to find Achane. And he'll be brought down a step or two shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
So often, so many of these games in the NFL, well, they come down to a play or two, and 3rd downs are critical. Whether it's in a close game or already out of hand, their coach wants to see them convert those.
He connects downfield on 4. And he's tackled with markers down. This one should be on the defense. Well, he had a chance to pull up and avoid the hit, Brock, but we knew the outcome from the moment he decided not to and made contact. That flag came out. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up 2nd down. Love to throw again. And that one's going to fall incomplete. No luck there. Just 11 seconds remaining. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down.
And 10 yards to go.
Looking to throw it. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
So many coaches love 3rd downs, and they practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game or already out of hand, coaches know, got to execute or convert on these 3rd downs.
And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. And they do not get a desperately needed 1st down. He doesn't make it, and they still trail after the turnover on downs. Your favorite formation, right, Brock? The victory formation here as he takes a knee.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And finally, Brock, they can exhale and take a few breaths, because I don't imagine any of them were breathing easy during that one with how close this game was.
Them or us? Or both.
All of us.
Yeah,
D, all of the above.
It is so hard, Kate, to match the adrenaline surge they feel right now and that they felt at every major turn throughout the second half. There's just something about a close game, the intensity that's there in every moment that you love to experience as a player, and that you hope in all these moments you can execute so you're the one celebrating and riding that wave of emotion.
It's Week 11 of the 2024 season. Coming up, we'll see Dak Prescott. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Blues and the Snowhawks. Next on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we've got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right.
Daniel Carlson ready to get us started. And we're off and running from Memphis. Kickoff taken at the 3. He stopped on the return at the 27. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. Bringing him out, coming off one of his best seasons as a pro, an MVP runner-up finish in year number 9, Dak Prescott.
I don't think I'm alone in this, Kate. To me, Dak is one of the easiest players to root for their success in the NFL. I think for me and for many others, well, it's based on all he's overcome, from tough playoff losses to significant injuries. But his leadership, his stats, his ability to play like an MVP in big moments, at his best, he really is all you could ever ask for. That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and then creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
He lets a heater go deep, middle of the field.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react, read and react? You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and then more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away.
Prescott now to throw on third down. Rolling left, buying some time. And he slides down with enough to pick up that first. 5 yards on that play and enough for a new set of downs.
I love that play. I mean, that's quarterback 101. Nothing downfield, get what you can with your legs, but so much more importantly, protect yourself. Availability, one of the most important abilities for any quarterback.
And he's into the front for a gain of about 2.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. And that pushes him back. Third down coming up.
All right, first sack on the board on the first drive as a defense, and now, well, now we let the chess match begin, the adjustments begin, because we know pressure leads to sacks, and sacks in this league often leads to wins.
Let's see what they went with on third down. From the gun is Prescott. This finds Chart complete. And it's a nice gain, but still not enough for the first.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
Fourth down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. Now we're going to have a stoppage after that return. Looks like somebody was shaken up on the play. They're out and set, 1st and 10. The first carry now for Kyron Williams. And they bring him down up at the 12-yard line.
Even though that run did not net them a first down, I can promise you this, Kate. I promise you. I know how it works. They're going to circle that one. They're going to remember that one. And when they need some key yards on the ground, they'll come back to that call later.
On second down, a run with Williams. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down.
That right there, that will make the coaches happy. He didn't just get the first down, but got a healthy chunk of bonus yards afterwards.
Throwing on first, it's McCarthy. Has it downfield, working the left. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. You don't get too many plays of that size in a game, and that flag takes away one of them.
Still first down.
So after the 5 yards are marched off, here's 1st and 15. They'll run here following the penalty. And this almost ended worse, but he gets a yard out of it. Tre'Davious White there on the stop. Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Operating from the gun, it's McCarthy. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play. Translatable skills, that's what you call it. So effective as a runner, but those same traits that make him a great runner, adept at getting those yards, well, he translates it now as a receiver in the open field.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. The fair catch taken in at the 28-yard line. No return on that punt, and they're going to take over possession. Here comes their offense out again. And they're certainly hoping for some better results here after that first drive ended in a punt. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. He'll work it a couple of yards past the line. Talanoa Hufanga there to make the play. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down.
It's 2nd and 8 at the 31-yard line.
Play action, Prescott. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Prescott here from the gun. Complete beyond the marker. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that'll be a 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 42-yard line.
That'll be the end of one in this AFC North battle. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Back in a moment with more of the NFL on EA Sports. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter 2. They're looking at 1st down here. Off the play fake, it's Prescott. Finds his man, it's Rashad Bateman. And they get this down to the 44 before he stopped. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
I love throwing on 1st down. And when you see a 1st down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you plan for, and you go out and execute.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. To the line we go. They're set, 1st and 10. Dak off the play fake. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
And right there's the danger, Kate. When you put the ball in the air, how many times do we see these coordinators, when you get a nice run, right, you gain some steam on the ground, you stick with the ground game. They don't. They call the pass, and the defense reacts, and reacts well with a sack.
And a nice game here, but it's stopped short of the 1st. 3rd and 10. Can this offense get it done? Working out of the gun, it's Prescott. Chuck there to haul it in. And he's brought down at the 17-yard line. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the 1st.
And those are the completions they rely on from their passing game.
The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. From the red zone now. Doesn't have the hook up there. Incomplete pass.
Well, that's not the uniform you want to see almost bringing it in. They are so fortunate to have another shot down here after the near pick.
Throwing again is Dak. And it's caught in the end zone. Touchdown! The Blues get the game's first points here in the second. That was just gorgeous football right there. He saw the window, just had to wait for his guy to flow toward it, and that pass fit in beautifully for the touchdown.
Kate, this is one of those moments where a quarterback's got to take his pre-snap read and make sure he confirms it quickly post-snap. And when he does, and he's got space to fit that post in, like you said, it's a thing of beauty.
That one right down the middle. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. And after they reach the end zone, they'll kick it off and turn things over to the defense. On the return, here's Jones. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Snowhawks and their QB, J.J. McCarthy, returning to the field on offense. And they've been willing to both call runs for him and let him ad-lib as he sees fit. He's top 5 for rushing yards by a quarterback this season. That's caught, Keenan Allen. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
And he's brought down for a loss.
It's easy for me to say up here in the friendly confines of the booth, Kate, but that was not the right read. And you hate seeing him absorb yet another hit at the end of the play. You never want him taking unnecessary shots throughout this game.
Here's 2nd and 11. It's taken in by Williams. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
That pass, it did put him in a position where he had to shake a defender. That's all you want. Give me a one-on-one. And he is capable of doing it, but not against that dude. That defender could not be shook, and he knocked him back across the line.
Here he is on 3rd and long. Buys time, rolling right. He'll make a bid for it on the ground. They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Receiver in motion, headed right. Here's McCarthy, 1st and 10. And someone stepped in. It's intercepted. And the Blues, they're going to have it. And he's going to hang on to that football. That's his first career interception. Well, we all know, Brock, those slot guys start piling up receptions, and that makes them a priority target for the defense.
Yep.
They kept someone nearby, and they pick off that check down.
Yeah, if a play breaks down in today's football, like back in my day, last century, right, you checked down to the running back. That's not the case anymore. These slot receivers, well, they're as big a security blanket as running backs are, but the defenses, to your point, Kate, they figured it out too. And that defense, well, they didn't just figure it out in their head. They went out and executed with their bodies to take it away.
Throwing on first is Prescott. Has him on the quick hitter. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Mike Hilton getting up there for the tackle.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Short pass brought in. And this is marked down right along that 40-yard line. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
Well, things weren't about to end after the first hit or the second. This tight end had a vision for what he wanted to happen after the catch, and he was going to take on all comers to try to make it a reality.
Hauled in left side. And he runs this to the 25 before being brought down. Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And they'll have first down. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that first down play. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. All right, I'll set up now. 1st and 10. Another throw for Prescott. Catch made by Chark. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. Offense at the line, but they won't snap it. We've got a timeout. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. 2nd and 3 now. Dak throwing again. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And they're going to get this down to the 4 before being stopped. 14 yards on a nice play there, and it gives them 1st and goal.
I'm sure coach and play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal. Dak out of the pistol. And in for the touchdown. So, Brock, this offense looking sharp here in the first half as they extend their lead.
You know, and when things are going well, sometimes you really just get into a groove. And this is a unit that's putting the pieces together.
Tucker on for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Blues double their lead to 14. Time left for maybe a return plus a play here as they send this away. So new kickoff rules. This is going to come out to the 30, not the 25 on the touchback. Looking to throw. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on 1st down. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. He's back to throw. Passing struggles, bleeding over from that last play. He's forced to get rid of this one. So that's the end of 2 here with the Blues leading from Memphis. Now we'll get you down to our Orlando studios for the EA Sports Halftime Report with Jonathan Coachman.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll get started across the Atlantic in the Irish capital of Dublin, where you see the final score there. Josh Palmer, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Alec Pierce, 2 touchdown catches in the victory. It was the veteran quarterback Dak Prescott who had it working in the first half. He came on after a slow start to fire 2 second-quarter touchdown passes and give his guys the lead at the intermission. The highlights are fairly one-sided to this point. It's a 2-touchdown difference here at the break. But I wouldn't call this one over just yet. I think there could still be some fireworks yet to come.
The story is halfway told. Let's see what the back half has in store as we get started in the 3rd quarter. On the return, here's Jones. He stopped on the return at the 27. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. Their defense has really kept them in this game. Now it's time for this offense to start putting up some points. First play, they go quick out to the left, complete. And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on 1st down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
They'll cobble together a yard there. That's Matthew Judon in on the tackle. Just 1 yard on the play, though. That leaves him with 3rd down and 6 to go. They'll go play action here. It's McCarthy. Complete. It's Ingram. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
Short side option here. He's running left. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
When they drop these plays for the quarterback, these are the type of results they're expecting, Kate. Something that could tear a hole in the defense, move the chains, and just as importantly, and maybe most importantly, put a seed of doubt and thought into that defensive mind that the QB can run at any time.
He's able to drive that pile about a yard. That's Matthew Judon in on the tackle. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. They'll send their tight end right. Here we go, 2nd and 9. Throw complete to Williams. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play. 3rd and just 2 to go. Running for the marker with Williams. And they make the stop, we're going to say, at about the 37-yard line. It's a gain of 4. And that'll give them a first down. Markers reset, ball at the 37. First down, and they go right back to it. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
There is no thought needed from him. He has been doing this so long, dating back to college and high school. Those instincts, when they come at you with a capital I. Identify that run, fire downhill, and get home in the backfield before that play could get started.
On 2nd down, it's Williams again. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
This coordinator tried to show some trust and belief in his offense. A run after a negative run? Well, you lose a lot of equity and belief in that coordinator. I don't think he's going to try a 3rd run after back-to-back negative losses.
He just throws this one away.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on 3rd down? And it chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
Hunter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And they were giving him no chance to return this one. It soars over the sideline deep in enemy territory. Looks like right around the 8. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Call it 9 yards. Looked like a first for a moment. It's 2nd and 1.
It's a gain of 9. Brings up 2nd and a yard at the 17-yard line.
Play action, Prescott. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
See the pass, time up your hit, and jar that ball loose. Not a lot of players are hanging on through a well-placed hit like that one.
Here's the give on 3rd and short. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that first down right there.
26-yard line.
First and 10, Prescott. This finds Chark complete. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Well, the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless 3rd quarter for us. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. from the 34. That won't be caught outright. It's incomplete.
Defense doubled him, knowing that was where the pass was likely headed. A bit surprising. Quarterback still threw in that direction with how well that defense had that play covered.
And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means fourth down coming up.
There was almost no resistance offered against a rush that came off the line ready to maul anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clobbered.
Punter on now, and he gets into this one. And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. Call that a 64-yard punt officially. And they're going to be backed up deep in their own territory to begin this one. Throwing on first, it's McCarthy. Catch made by Allen. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. First and 10, here's McCarthy. This is hauled in by Ingram. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. Give him an even 10 yards on the play. And they're going to have a first down. They kick the running back in motion. From the shotgun, McCarthy. He's got the hook up to Ingram. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. Second and 6 coming up here. One of the tight ends motioning left. Back to the air, McCarthy. Pass complete to Wiley. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum to keep that defense on its heels.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Was hoping to get that one to Keenan Allen. So it'll be second down. On play action now, McCarthy. It's taken in by Williams. And he's brought down for a loss. This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. And that's knocked away. The linebacker got him in the middle of the field. Incomplete.
That's a nice job there by the linebacker. He kind of looks like a cornerback on that, doesn't he? Perhaps those cover guys got to have a little fun with him in practice this week, because he looked like a DB right there, swatting the incompletion.
That's cut beyond the marker. And he'll be brought down here at the 23-yard line. Here's McCarthy, 1st and 10. And this throw's knocked away, incomplete. He was looking Keenan Allen's way there. And we'll see what they do here on 2nd down. They're going play action. Outright, and Ingram makes the ground. And he's going to be tackled, but still all the way down to the 6. Working quickly here. From the red zone now. A quick throw is swatted away, incomplete.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kate, that's a really nice play in coverage. That linebacker looking like a quarterback on that play. Perhaps those cover guys could take some notes on how to stay in position and, most importantly, swat that pass away.
Flushed out of the pocket. Now hold on a moment, folks. We got a player in some discomfort after that one. He's going to receive some assistance as we take a brief timeout. They've held him out twice. Here we go, 3rd and goal. From the shotgun, McCarthy. Catch is made in close. He has the touchdown.
Touchdown, Toronto.
Well, good luck stopping the big fella that close to the goal line, Brock. I've always thought that the distance right there is just made for tight ends to score touchdowns.
Yeah, and it's not just a sport that you also love to cover in basketball. It's all about matchups. You get near the red zone and into the end zone, matchups become critical. And when you got a dude like this that's a mismatch maker, you feed him.
That one splits the uprights. And the Snowhawks chop the lead in half. It's down to 7. And just like that, we're back to a one-possession ball game as the kickoff is away. Here's White on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Another drive coming up for this offense. And after that touchdown, cut their lead back to 1 score, Brock. A response in order as they take over. Lone back in the backfield, and they give it to him. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Halfway there on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5. It's the 2-minute warning from Memphis. Blues feeling lucky with a 7-point lead. Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Back-to-back carries here. And he's taken down after a short rush at about the 36. Now just 4 seconds after our 2-minute warning, we've got another pause. Timeout taken by the defense. Setting up to pass. Complete beyond the marker. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. And right away we get a timeout from the defense. 1:51 to go. They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Inside handoff goes to Madison. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss. Offense to the line for 2nd down. From the gun, they're going to hand it off. And that was an incredible effort just to make it back to the line. Following the run, we see he's still out there dealing with some sort of injury. They'll head out to check on him. Gotta figure out this 3rd down here. They'll send him over right. On the ground, this is Trey Benson. And he'll get it up to the 44. It's a gain of 5, but they still need a bunch here on 4th down.
You gain that kind of yardage in the run game, and you're going to gain the trust of your offensive coordinator. Plays like that, runs like that, set the table for everything else in the playbook.
And there was nobody down there to get it. Punt hit at the 7, but continues on into the end zone for a touchback. The offense headed back to the field. And after watching their passing attack take them the length of the field last drive, Brock, I expect we're probably going to see a heavy dose of the aerial attack again here. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he's out of bounds, just a step short of the 40. A modest amount of time left, Brock, but crucially, no timeouts for him. It's 1st down. He'll look to throw it. An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away, and that makes it 2nd down. Back to throw. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find the throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. Now to throw. Trying to push it deep downfield. That could be it, folks. It's intercepted. Picked up by Marlon Humphrey. And the Blues make the play that should win them this game.
Well, that's now 2, Kate, that they've gotten him for picks in this game, and he's got to be careful. Right? You've got to protect the football. It is the greatest treasure you have as an offense. In this defense, well, they've got 2 in their pocket, and you know they're going to be going after number 3.
The Blues and quarterback Dak Prescott ready to get back to work. And as we see some of the highlights from their showing, his work a big part of why they're in front right now. Having a nice, solid game as their offensive leader. I think we can say he's had a firm grip on the wheel and has really driven them to this advantage. No timeouts remaining here, partner, so they can just run out this clock. With the win in hands, they'll take the knee, let this clock run out.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And they draw first blood against a division rival. They'll go on the road later this year with a chance at completing that season sweep. So for Brock Heward, our incredible crew, everybody here at EA Sports, I'm Kate Scott signing off. We'll see you next time. It's a win for the Blues, as with that, we sign off from Memphis.
It's Week 11 of the NFL, and we'll get a look here at Caleb Williams. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Monarchs and the Antlers, and it's coming right up on EA Sports.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League finds us down under in the beachside city of Melbourne, Australia. Alongside my broadcast partner, Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, think about this Melbourne club entering play. Now, they've lost 3 straight here, and it goes without saying, I guess, they could certainly use a win.
And how do they get a win? Because they've lost 3 straight, I think it's paramount that they get a fast, clean start to this game.
Meanwhile, for this visiting Portland club, even with all the games we have broadcast together over the years, partner, seems like every time we see something new and... The NFL season has hit high gear, and off we go in Week 11 on EA Sports. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they will be led out by a man in his sophomore campaign as the quarterback.
You talk about the pause that refreshes. I think it's come at a perfect time of the year for them, hasn't it? You know, the season is starting to wind down, got a little bit of a break. But how about the guy calling the signals? He's got to be excited about that because now he didn't just get a game plan for 1 week. He was able to work on it for 2 weeks. I can't wait to see if they have anything special in store for him today.
Yeah, they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. A good start offensively. 15 yards on the game's initial play. One play has him up past the 40 already, and another 1st and 10. The first carry now for Tony Pollard. And a powerful stiff arm. It frees him. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down. From just across the midfield stripe, here's 2nd and a couple. Play action. Stroud now. He'll find Smith-Schuster. That's complete. And he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. Play action. Here's Stroud. It's caught by Mike Evans. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. Another nice gain. That's now 30 yards between those last 2 plays.
Another nice play there. They've gotten down into the red zone in no time at all. That's what this offense can do when they get on a roll. And now they're set up with a 1st and 10.
So here's a 1st and 10 now down inside the 20. Nowhere to turn this time, and he goes down. Sacked back at the 29. Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game. After the sack, it's 2nd and 19, and the road gets a bit tougher from here. And they'll go play action here with Stroud. Going for Evans, but that pass is intercepted. Picked off by Ernest Jones. And he's going to return it to the 21-yard line. So the ball changing hands on the interception, but meanwhile here we do have an injury on the play. To the air, Williams. Going underneath, he's got Hawkinson. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards, and that'll make it 2nd down. Clock rolling as we hit the midway point of this first quarter.
At the 28-yard line.
Throwing is Williams. And this one incomplete. Too much contact to hold on to that one, and it's 3rd down. Coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. Here's Williams. He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. 5 yards is the pickup there as that extends this drive.
1st and 10 at the 33-yard line.
Throwing again here, Williams. And he just gets rid of it, throws it away. The wise move there, looked like nobody open. Now second down. Here's 2nd and 10. From the gun, here's Williams. That finds the former Raven, Devin Duvernay. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. 3rd down and 1. Looking to throw is Williams. That is caught. And he's got the first down yardage there as he takes it just across midfield. Got what they needed there. The drive continues with a 9-yard pickup. Give the rookie another one on this opening drive and a first down with it. A nice start, Charles, for the first-year passer. He's come out, made a few plays, nice plays to begin this contest.
He certainly has, and if he finishes off this drive with a touchdown pass, I vote we don't call him rookie anymore. We'll move him right to veteran and continue from there.
5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on first down. Ball placed at the 45 for 2nd and 5. To throw, it's Williams. That one taken in by Whittington. And he's corralled, but not before getting it inside the 35. So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33. To throw, Williams. He'll get this complete to Whittington. And he will be out of bounds here on what will turn out to be the final play of this first quarter. We're scoreless after 1. Second quarter down, it's our home team with possession, as they've got it with a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. Working out of the gun, Williams. He'll get this underneath to Jacobs. And he'll get it down this time to the 17. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down. Williams going to look to throw again. That complete to Downs. And he'll get 7 yards from the 17 to the 10 before he's taken down. Facing a 2nd and 3. Ball on the 10.
At the 10-yard line.
They'll look to throw again. And he's got his man in stride, complete. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down. Catch number 100 for his career right there, and it's good enough to keep the chains moving. Again, he'll drop to throw. And it's caught. Touchdown. Josh Downs, his 2nd touchdown on the season. And the Monarchs post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter. Well, with this rookie QB, we talk a lot about his ball placement and how good he can be at laying it right in there. I think we just saw, Charles, though, the strength of that arm. That was an absolute rifle for the completed touchdown.
It absolutely was, and let's face it, you think he was really ready to get that first touchdown? Absolutely. He threw that pass with authority, just as you described. Big-time arm right there, and let's face it, a lot of quarterbacks used to be pitchers in baseball. The fastball was usually their best pitch, and we saw it there.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Antlers offense and veteran receiver Mike Evans headed back onto the field, and he's putting together some kind of campaign. Currently 2nd in the NFL in touchdown receptions among wideouts. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And threw an interception the first time they had the football, wound up leading to a touchdown the other way. How do you approach drive number 2?
Going back to your game plan coming in, everyone has matchups that they like better than others. Where they think they have an advantage, dial up some of those plays. Try and go to those spots and get your offense moving.
That's dumped off to Pollard. And he'll be out of bounds after getting this one across the 40. They'll get 3 as the drive continues. It's a first down. Stroud off the play fake. Throw left side complete. That's Evans. So they'll get nothing out of that play, and it'll be second down. Here's Stroud. And that is incomplete. A lot of force bearing down on him there. He could not hang on. It's third down. Now, right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains. And that is incomplete. But the pressure there on third down, forcing the errant pass. Fourth down coming up.
One first down here, and that's all, folks. Good work by this defense to hold things in check and force a punting situation.
Wishnowski on to punt as he sends this one away. This is taken at about the 14. It'll be a net of 40 yards there following a 43-yard punt, 3-yard return, and out will come the offense as they take over. Throwing to start the drive. Williams. Open man, he's got him, the tight end, Hockenson. And he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on first down. They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Second and 1. Looks again for T.J. Hockenson, and he's got him again. And he will get enough for a first down, and that will lead us to the 2-minute warning. They'll look to throw now on first down. That's taken in by Duvernay. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. It's a gain of 11 yards that time, and it produces a new set of downs. Back to throw again. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete. These two teams matching up for the second time this year. Their first meeting back in October, week 6, and it was the visitors getting the win there, so they'll be looking for the sweep back here at home. Open man is Duvernay. 5 yards, now it's 3rd and 5. Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. Williams from the gun on 3rd down. Down the left sideline. He's got a first and maybe more. And touchdown! Josh Downs, his second touchdown of the game, his 3rd on the year. And the Monarchs will extend their lead in the final minute of the half. Well, this has been a flawless start for them. They score, they get the stop, and they score again, Charles.
Complimentary football at its finest. You just mentioned how they got it done. They scored. The defense got the ball back for them. They score again. That's the way you win ball games.
Extra point by Seibert, up and good. And it's now 14-0. Following the touchdown, here's Seibert now to kick it off. Now a crease here as he's past the 30. And good starting field position. He'll get this one all the way up to about the 35-yard line. Back out comes this offense now late in this first half. And with him down 2 scores, you wonder if they might try and put something together, even if it's just to get into field goal range. Back to throw. Here's Stroud. And he'll take this beyond the line of scrimmage as he slides to a hole. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. Stroud out of the gun here. That's brought in downfield by London. And he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. Drake London, 62 yards. And the Antlers get a late score here in the final minute of the first half. Well, Charles, he's still a young signal caller in this league, 2nd year in the NFL. I don't know if last year as a rookie, if he would have worked through his progressions like he did on that touchdown pass.
I think you're right about that. We're seeing him grow up right in front of our eyes because when he went to his primary read, He recognized that they were all over that, so he continued to survey the field, picked up another target, delivered a pass exactly where it needed to be. A very mature play for the second-year quarterback.
And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. This offense back to work now late in this first half. And with a 7-point lead, they'll likely look to take this to the locker room and not really press the issue. And they'll send the tight end in motion. Throwing is Williams. Going underneath, he's got Hawkinson. Now another timeout called for by the offense, as they'll stop it with 27 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Here's Williams. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. Now the offense will burn their third and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. To the air, Williams. Oh, he was hit as he threw it there, and that one winds up incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up, not that time. And that one too wide and incomplete.
I tell you what, that's a veteran play from a guy in his first season in the NFL. A lot of rookies will try and force something there. He thought better of it, and that was the right decision.
Throwing again here, Williams. Fighting through pressure, and he'll just toss it away. So he throws it away, and that brings up fourth down.
That could be the stop this defense needed to get them back on track. They've been pretty well dissected by the offense here in the first half. After that possession, now they know that they can compete with this offense.
And that one hits at the 7, but bounds into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback. All that remains is to snap this once, and that'll do it for the first half of play. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we send you to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. More from you and Charles in a bit. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here in the late window. We'll get started across the Atlantic in the Irish capital of Dublin, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Josh Palmer, a touchdown catch in the victory. From there, we're off to check out another game. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Alec Pierce, 2 touchdown catches in the victory. In the first half, it was the man from USC, Caleb Williams, who put on a solid performance. He came on after a slow start to fire 2 second-quarter touchdown passes and give his guys the lead at the intermission.
Okay, Coach, yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line. The Monarchs offense and Caleb Williams set to go to work once more. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And Charles, they've got the lead. Put your coaching hat on here now. What's the game plan for the second half?
I think getting the running game going a little.
He rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Picked off by Chris Barnes. And he'll return it to the 24-yard line. Not the way you envision things to start out the third quarter. One play and already a turnover.
It's interesting. You and I were talking with the coach, and he talked about how at halftime, as a play caller, He wanted to make sure he got a new script going for the second half, not just the one that he operated off of to start the game. Nowhere on that script did it have that result.
Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. And they'll take over here following the interception with a chance to tie the ball game. It's 1st and 10. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Chad Muma buries him for a loss of 11 from his outside linebacker spot.
But they got the lead, but it's certainly not a big one. And how do you keep control of that lead? Certainly not by that last play there. They gave up a big sack on the first play of this drive. Now it's double the distance to the first down marker.
So 2nd and long, and got to be careful not to fall out of field goal range. They run straight ahead here with Pollard. They get 2 yards back, but they're going to need a lot more than that here on 3rd down.
I have to think a major focus of the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain block. Well, they get to Stroud, nowhere to go, and he goes down. Loss of 10 as multiple defenders get to it.
Okay, I'm not sure you could actually draw a better pass rush than that one right there. Nowhere to go outside. He had to keep backing up and backing up and backing up. Eventually dropped for a huge loss.
So they bring out their punter as the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. And this will be out of bounds at the what here? The 12-yard line. Melbourne's offense back out on the field now. The last drive for this offense, Charles, you remember it ended in one play, that quick interception, but they do still have the lead as they start this drive here.
And that's something to focus on for them as well, because it's not quite no harm, no foul. But the interception, hey, shake it off, move on. Hasn't cost your team the lead, and now it's time to rebound. And the quarterback and his teammates, they can add to the lead with a good drive here.
It's the pick number 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
Operating from the gun, Williams. Catch is made by Hockenson, the tight end. 5th catch of the afternoon, and that gives him a 1st down. Looking to throw is Williams. That to the sideline, and it's intercepted. Well, holding on to the lead at this stage in the second half, those are the types of plays you really want to try and stay away from.
And when you're a rookie, keeping your focus is something that you still have to work on all the time, because there's so many distractions around you between the crowd noise and your coaches and your teammates. But the other part, you've got to learn how to finish. It's the 2 F's for a rookie quarterback.
And now this offense comes back out onto the field, and they have had their problems moving the ball through the air. As we take you through some of the action from earlier, this secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football. They'll go with Pollard here on 1st down. He'll take it inside the 25. Now, during that run, an injury here. We got one of those big blockers in some discomfort. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. Play action. Here's Stroud. He's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Daquan Jones fighting his way home to get the sack.
And this dominant defensive performance continued on that play. This poor quarterback has not received the protection he needs and has had to pick himself up off the turf far too often.
From the gun on 3rd down, here's Stroud. Over the middle, he's got Gesicki, the big 6'5" tight end. So they'll get 8 out of that completion, and it'll be 4th down.
I thought maybe when he caught it, he'd have a good chance of getting that 1st down, but that's a nice job of holding him up and preventing him from getting to the sticks.
And his kick is good. And they'll cut the lead back down to 4 now at 14-10. So kind of disappointing there. I mean, yes, they get the 3, but with starting field position like that, 3's not what you're banking on.
No, and you just have to wonder if you can afford to let chances like that continue to pass you by. You've got to find ways to get the ball into the end zone and put 6s on the scoreboard.
And he'll be stopped up at the 25. Melbourne's offense back out on the field now. So now, Charles, this drive maybe a touch more important, trying to erase the memory of that interception they had the last time out.
Yeah, and everyone goes through this because even the best in the game, you're going to have games where it just doesn't go right for you, and interceptions result. So, frankly, to me, it's all about.
And a loose football. And the defense will get their hands on it, going the other way. And they're going to be set up in the red zone right around the 17-yard line. So turnovers, Charles, you figure will be key in the second half, and that's a big giveaway there.
Yeah, and as you and I both know, coaches are always preaching ball security, and none more often than right here in the second half of a tight football game. Now you've got to believe what the coaches are saying and take care of that football.
Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. They've got the ball in a great spot here, already inside the red zone following that fumble recovery. So from the 17 now, here's a 1st and 10. Pollard will take it up the gut. And all the way down inside the 5 to the 4. A solid pickup of 13 sets him up 1st and goal.
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but there are times this game is about patience, isn't it? Has had the game he expected, but that run there, that may get him going.
I was just going to say, maybe that gives him a little juice, because you're right, he struggled, especially in that first half.
Yeah, and I know the great ones always think to themselves, just hang in there. I'm just one big carry away from busting this open. That's a good start for him.
Line of scrimmage, again the 4-yard line, 2nd and goal. Stroud looking to throw toward the end zone, but that's going to wind up incomplete.
Looked like both sides were anticipating a quick throw there, and the defense was ready to jump in and deny it, and they did.
Third and goal, Stroud. In trouble, and he'll go down back at the 12. Myles Garrett in there to get him, and on the season now, that is 9 sacks for him.
Well, someone's closing in on the league lead in sacks. He came into the game in the top 5. Now you add 2 more to his total.
On 4th down, on his groupie to try the field goal. And this one will be a 29-yard attempt. And his kick is indeed good. And the lead is down to 1 now at 14-13. Well, they come through with 3 after forcing the turnover. But CD, second half, you're starting inside the red zone. Obviously, they would have liked 6 out of that.
Absolutely, because that's all you're thinking is how do you get it into the end zone? You want the field goal to be the last resort. In this case, they gave it a great try, but did have to settle for 3.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And last drive, obviously not what you're looking for. You've got the lead. You got to protect the football.
So in other words, someone got lucky because they've been moving the ball really well and wearing them down. In this case, though, giving up the football doesn't make them very happy. They can't wait to get back out there and atone for it.
Yeah, try to atone for it here on this drive. We have played 3 quarters. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. This one's still anybody's ball game. It's a 1-point difference here as we begin the 4th quarter of play. On 1st down, they go with Jacobs again. And now they're going to get him down right at the line of scrimmage. Devontae Wyatt there for the stop. 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 36-yard line.
To throw, Williams. He'll get this underneath to Jacobs. And that'll be good for 8 yards to the 45.
That's the game of 8.
This offense so far on third down, they've been good. 3 for 4 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 2. On play action, here's Williams. That is caught. And he'll work it across midfield inside the 45. He's been big. 2 touchdowns earlier. Now he's got a first down here.
Now that's a big pickup right there, and so often we focus on how the quarterback's faking out play action. How about everyone being in on the deal and picking it up?
Second, third levels, you can see them trying to recover. They bit. Worked out offensively. So signs of life in what's been a dormant offense in this second half. Here's 1st and 10. To throw, it's Williams. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. And he gets it inside the 35 and just shy of the 30. 11 more yards that go around, a first down as well. They'll run right here with Jacobs. And he's able to get it down to the 25-yard line. It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets him to 2nd and 4.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4 at the 25-yard line.
Back to throw. Williams. Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete. And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7. A lot of great quarterbacks from USC. Here's another one. The rookie's got a first down. So 1st and goal, 6 points here would go a long way toward wrapping this one up.
Delay of game, offense.
The offense knew it. They were already starting to walk back as that one is accepted.
Still first down.
The delay of game, a costly one as they're backed up 5 for 1st and goal. Jacobs going to try the middle. And a pickup of about 4 down inside the 10 to the 8-yard line.
Oh, Brandon, I'm going to tell you, this is football time to me. They're inside the 10-yard line. That's like drawing the line in the sand. Who's going to make the stand here? Defensive guys, they know if he gets in the end zone, this ball game is over. And the guys with the football right now, they're thinking, let's just pound it in there.
Got to hold them to 3 to keep this a 1-score game. One more time with Jacobs. And they get him down at the 1. He had the broken tackle, but ultimately could not get into the end zone. A lot of tired bodies on that field, but this is a big play, 3rd and goal. They'll try and pick it up by running the action to the right. And he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Caleb Williams keeping it himself from a yard out. And the Monarchs get an important score there to extend their lead here in this 4th quarter. Well, we saw so much of this last year at the college level, but there you go, his first rushing touchdown as an NFL quarterback.
And with the speed he has, we certainly know it won't be his last, because that's something that aided him very well, as you mentioned, at the college level. It's something he's going to carry over, and they'll make it a big part of their offense.
Following the touchdown, here's Seibert now to kick it off. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. The situation for him offensively as follows. Down 21-13, a little under a minute 50 remaining. And they're in danger of a 3rd straight loss as they come up on 1st and 10. Stroud to throw it. He's got Smith-Schuster. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. He's been quiet all afternoon. He may have just come up with a play of the day right there, though.
Obviously, it's not the volume in which you get done. It's the quality, and that was a quality catch right there.
And down he goes at the 49, a 3-yard pickup. Here's a 2nd and 7.
Not only did he have a chance to scan the field there, it felt like he had a chance to scan it twice. The protection was that good. Unfortunately for him, the coverage downfield, equally good.
Now Stroud. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
With that incompletion, reality is staring them right in the face. This entire game is down to the next snap.
Here we go. This is fourth down. Fourth down, fourth quarter. Here's Stroud. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he's into the end zone. No flags. It's a touchdown. And now a two-point conversion. And we'll be tied here in the final minute.
Do they have one big call left? Here we go. The touchdown's massive, but now they've got to have two to possibly take this to overtime.
All right, now a big two-point conversion attempt still to come.
The offense will line up for a two-point.
Here's Stroud. Forced out to his... And he's going to get into the end zone. The two-point conversion successful, and we've got ourselves a tie football game. This one, all we could have asked for. All tied, final minute as the kick's away here. And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. The Monarchs offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets. And it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. They'll come up 1st and 10 here. Throwing to start the drive. Williams. That one taken in by Whittington. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 45 seconds left to go in the game. Flushed out right. And he can't get a throw off. He's taken down. What a huge play at this point in the game. On 3rd down, here comes Jacobs. And this effort will not get it done. He stopped well short of the 1st down at the 29. They bring their punter out there now as he'll punt it away for the 2nd time. A well-hit ball there. 50 yards on the punt, 3 on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And Charles, obviously not much time left. I'm curious to see if there's enough for them to get into field goal range and try to win this thing.
And partner, you and I both know the safe calls to kneel and just take it into overtime. But it's also very tough to pass up a chance to win it right now as well. But remember, if you do attempt that, it's got to be a big play downfield and still leave yourself enough time to get your field goal unit out there and kick for the win.
Stroud. To the sideline and incomplete. Another try, 2nd and 10 now. To throw with Stroud. And he can't get a throw away. He's taken down. Multiple defenders get to him there, and that is the 6th time he's been sacked in this ball game. Final whistle blows, and we need some extra time here to decide who will be the victor.
60 minutes, just not enough some days to decide who's going to win the game.
So a little teaching moment here. Overtime rules. Remind us how this goes, partner.
Okay, so in the past, we had sudden death. First team to score wins, but no longer. Now, if the team receives the ball, scores a touchdown, they win the game. If they kick a field goal, though, or don't score, the other team gets a possession. And after both teams get a possession, then we're into sudden death. First team to score wins the game.
Well, 4 quarters couldn't decide things, so it's on to overtime here as the kick is away. And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. Melbourne ready to go again on offense. All set up for him right now, Charles. Opening possession of overtime. They've got the football. They also obviously have this home crowd behind them in a big way.
They get that extra energy from them, but they've got to be careful not to let that adrenaline get away from them and play too fast or create errors of their own making. Use that energy, embrace it, but make sure they channel it the right way. They've got a chance to go downfield, score a touchdown, and end this game.
From the shotgun, a throw for Williams. Going underneath, he's got Hawkinson. 7 catches for him now, and this last one, a first down. Running straight ahead is Jacobs. And he's going to take this ahead for right around 3 yards, but no more than that. Second down. Well, now hang on here because he appears to be shaken up. Well, the medical staff is going to come out here and take a look, and we will take a short break. We'll play only the 1 overtime here. If time runs out, it'll be a tie as they come up on second down. And he's going to be brought down here in the backfield. It'll go in the books as a 7-yard loss on the sack, and it's third down.
A truly all-around great effort against the pass today. First an interception, now getting to the quarterback for the first time in this contest. I think offensively, they just forgot to prepare for him or simply overlooked him in getting ready for this one.
And pressure coming, and they got him once again. Christian Barmore getting in there to drop him. They were trying to set up that screen, trying to get that screen to formulate. Took too long.
Ends up taking a sack, and that leads you to a couple of other questions. Number one, why don't you just get rid of the football near the screen guy so that you don't take an interception? But really the big one, they just took everything away, and he was really kind of flummoxed on that play and ended up taking the sack.
And they'll send out their punter now. On for a very important punt here in overtime. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, their defense, they did the important thing. They got the stop. They didn't allow a point, but now they're backed up here pretty far, Charles. Going to need a significant drive to try to get into position for the game-winning field goal.
Yeah, partner, don't you think that defense is on the sidelines right now saying, don't come to us with your problems about where you're starting? We did the important part. We kept them off the board, kept us in the ball game. Find a way to maneuver it downfield, at least get into field goal range, and get us a win.
Next score wins, but remember, this will be a tie if the period ends with no scoring as they work on second down. Stroud to throw it. And this is caught by Evans. And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. Back to throw. Here's Stroud. Can't get away, and he's taken down. Myles Garrett giving him once again his 3rd sack of the afternoon.
This offensive line flat out cannot handle this pass rush. We've seen it demonstrated time and time again to the tune of 7 sacks in this game thus far.
And on now is the punter as he's on to kick it away. And here's a fair catch taken at about the 24-yard line. So a change of possession here on the punt. And they will take over 1st and 10. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive.
Well, this is a pretty rare situation here, Charles. You get in overtime, neither team coming through with even a field goal on their first drive. So now, sudden death with the time remaining. Next score wins.
And now I would say that going at it might be a little bit easier for both teams now because they've eased into overtime. That first series, boy, everything on the line then. Now you've seen what a defense is thrown at you. You can make some adjustments, and all you need is 3 points to win it.
And he'll go down shy of the 40 at the 41. And now with 6 seconds left in overtime, they're going to take a timeout.
Here's 2nd and 7.
Looking to throw. Williams. He's going to let this go. Back of the end zone. And a little floater there, but it'll wind up incomplete, falling to the ground. So that's it. No double overtime until the playoffs rolled around, so that means this one ends in a tie.
Yeah, that's ultimately unsatisfying for both teams, the fan bases. Heck, for us.
True.
We came here to see a winner, right?
We did.
Winner and a loser. We didn't get it. We end up with a tie. Everyone walks away. A little bit cranky on this one.
Meh.
Yeah, a little bit.
MEH, meh. So that'll just about do it for Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. So long, everybody.
It's Week 11 of the National Football League, and it's brought to you by EA Sports. It's the Caps and the Condors, and it comes your way next.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for joining us, everyone. With my partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. And like so many matchups in the NFL, Brock, our focus goes right to the quarterbacks in this one. Both of these guys, players who've been around the league now for some time, they've definitely established themselves as veterans who know how to win football games.
Yeah, I think the word of the day, Kate, is definitely experience. Two guys who've been through the season several times over, have seen a lot at this point in their career, and been through quite a bit on the field. All that experience is stored up there right between...
Time for teams to start making moves towards the postseason. Here we go in Week 11. That's going to be taken in at the 8. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. Leading them out in year 11. He's played 15 or more games every season in the league. A real Iron Man, Derek Carr.
One thing you can always trust about Carr is to give you a lot of games and a whole lot of numbers as a starter each and every season. He's just got a lightning-quick release. I love watching him throw a football, but he's not gotten a lot of chances at postseason moments. In time, the time is not on his side.
And he's able to reach the 40 on that play. That one goes for 31 yards and a first down when all is said and done.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
Big play gets him across midfield, sets him up 1st and 10 from the 40. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. And there's a man there, it's intercepted! And the Condors are going to have it! And he's going to hang on to that football. That's his first career interception! Wow, what an exciting start to this game, Brock. Apologies to the former QB and you. It's not an opening drive touchdown, but an interception instead.
Yeah, exciting for one side. That would be the defense. Demoralizing for the other side as an offense. First salvo, listen, it goes to the defense. And now it really sets the stage for what I love and what you love, Kate. In this game of adjustments, in the game of back and forth, who's going to respond next?
Markers reset, ball at the 37. Here's Derrick Henry getting it on the ground. And he stopped after running it up across the 45 to the 46. Just a little short, but still a 9-yard pickup. That's going to bring up 2nd and 1.
Brings up 2nd and a yard.
A play fake now hurts to throw. Hits his target, that's DJ Moore. And he'll be brought down after getting it to the 47-yard line. He manages a gain of 8 there. And it'll give him a first down. We'll give to Henry on the inside handoff. And it's a nice gain off a really good effort there just to stay upright. First down play nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 42-yard line.
Another run for Henry. Breaks the tackle, still going. He's out in the clear. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They pick up 20 yards there. And it sets up first down.
No frills, nothing fancy. That was just a good old offensive line dominated in the trenches. And that sprung him to get to the 2nd level and beyond.
Offense set for a 1st and 10. On the play fake, it's Hurts. That's going to be caught by Cooks. And it's going to be about a 3-yard pickup in the end. Tackle made by Jawan Bentley. 2nd down now, 7 to go.
And 7 at the 20-yard line.
A flag's down as he stops. Looks like this one's on the offense. Fighting all he could to keep his quarterback upright, but crossed the line there. That earns the holding penalty. Here we go, second and very long. Complete Derrick Henry. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with first and goal. From the red zone now. He brings it in. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
I'll tell you this, you don't want to make a living throwing into double coverage, but double coverage and still finding a way to beat the defense and haul it in. That's not a situation many players win, and there aren't a lot of quarterbacks willing to make that throw and trust their receiver to get it done.
Henry running to the left. And as they bring him down, let's check the penalty flag. So now, partner, got to reevaluate what to do on this next snap because the holding call pushes him back quite a ways. Shotgun snap for Hurts. This one's caught. And they'll advance this down to the 5-yard line.
Boy, they sure found the right route at the right time to hit the soft spot in that coverage. And that slant, it goes for big yardage.
Hurts now on 3rd and goal. And that's cut in the end zone for the touchdown. The Condors have a great first drive and get the game's first points. Jalen McMillan with the touchdown. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you could go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shake the foundation of your preparation and makes you wonder what's in store.
Point after up and good from Bates. And the Condors will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Now after the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition can do. Starting from the 5. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. The Caps sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. And you know who the ball is going to when they reach the red zone. He's currently top 5 across the NFL in rushing scores this season. Throwing on first down, it's Carr. Pass into the hands of Dalton Kincaid. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. They'll run here with Tajay Spears. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. It's a meager 2-yard gain, but that's enough to award them the first down. So before they can get set and snap it, the clock runs out on quarter 1. 7-0 is our score. More from this one right after this. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its drive. They'll try to attack this deficit starting with 1st and 10. Completed over the middle. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. They get 13 on the pickup. And that gives them the first. They send a man in motion. Carr with it on first. Caught by the tight end, running that corner. And he's taken down at the 30. That'll go for an 18-yard gain. And it'll give him a first down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it, going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
1st and 10 now from the 30. Motioning the tight end now. Carr now on 1st and 10. Fires right away, but incomplete. Dalton Kincaid, the intended target there. So that brings up 2nd down. Going again, it's Carr. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
When nothing opens up, that becomes a pretty clear throwaway spot. I mean, that is textbook throwaway spot right there, Kate. Get outside the box, chuck it into the 3rd row, and avoid exactly what happened right there. Because now 3rd down is so much harder.
And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
You know, that's an example right there where you just simply got to be on the same page with each other and get both ends of the play right to execute. They want that one back.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Condors and quarterback Jalen Hurts ready to go once more on offense. And he's been more than just his work as a passer this season. Look at this. He's gotten the job done on the ground as well. 2nd among NFL quarterbacks in rushing yards. On 1st down, Hurts. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Minkah Fitzpatrick has got it. And the Caps get the football as he makes his 3rd interception of this season.
Oh, coaches just love that effort right there. Instantly, as he made the pick, everybody was looking for a block and doing their part to set up the return. And I know it pales in comparison to giving up the turnover, but how about the effort on the other side to track him down and stop a potential pick 6? I think everybody deserves a little credit on the field for that effort.
Now this offense getting set to work here. And talk about a dream position, Brock. Heading out with 1st and goal waiting for him. Spears does not get in. His push is stopped just short of that goal line.
Kid, I knew it at the time. I think everybody did. We knew the Legion of Boom was special, like that entire secondary, but their safety's ability, Earl and Cam, to come downhill, to make those tackles behind the line of scrimmage as he just did.
And he's in for the touchdown. The Caps parlay the interception into points. It's a Tajay Spears touchdown. That was a great response, Brock. After they got driven backwards on 1st down, they go right back to the ground and score just 1 play later.
Yeah, and I think if you and I were in the huddle down there after that 1st down loss, I think we would have felt a whole bunch of pride. Give me another shot, and boy, did they deliver.
Record there to tack on the extra point. And the Caps push their lead to 3.
Condor 7.
Here's Reichert set to kick this away. Here's Smith on the return. And this will give them decent field position. The return gets out to the 30. Their offense ready to take the field now. And we've seen both extremes of this passing game so far, Brock. 1 touchdown and 1 interception on the ledger.
A home run and a strikeout. A little sampling of what works and what doesn't against this defense, Kate. Now, you got to try to emphasize those things that you found success on with that opening drive.
Henry on the catch. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, there was never a play in any playbook I ever saw designed for a lost yardage play when you throw the ball. But if there's any solace, at least it was 1st down. A couple more chances to make up for it.
This is Henry on 2nd. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
This offense may want to try and disguise their run a little bit. I don't know if it's the O-lineman's stance. I don't know if it's a cadence. I don't know what it is. But after 2 straight plays going backwards, this defense is all over them.
Now Hurts on 3rd and long. He's on the move. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the defense is energized following that stick for a loss. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. And they'll have 2 left to work with here in the first half. So as they face 4th down, on comes Corey Bajorquez to kick. And after that drive went backwards, he's going to send this one forward. Escapes a defender. Ooh, and he's out of bounds before he can break it upfield. Big kick on that one, 62 yards. And it'll be their football. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. Spears trying this straight ahead. And he sneaks this through the middle, maybe a gain of 2. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. From the 31. And they get to him way behind the line on this one and take him down. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. So not an enviable spot here as they come up on 3rd and very long. Spears running behind center. And he'll get this up to the 19-yard line as he stopped. Timeout taken by the defense, their 2nd. So a punt coming up on 4th down, and it's against Belgium native Corliss Waitman with the honors. And he can't evade the coverage team for much. They stop him before he gets really anything on that return. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And they're going to take over possession. 1st down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Hurts now from the gun. Oh, he's out of time, and they drop him. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Another try following the sack. Finds him over the middle. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. He finds Fant. And he's going to be drugged down, looks like at that 37-yard line. Now hang on, looks like somebody came out after that play a little shaken up. Not sure we saw exactly what happened, but he'll get some assistance now. Markers reset, ball at the 37. 1st and 10, here's Hurts. That pass complete to McMillan. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Hurts throwing again. And that's incomplete, but he might have done a little too much to cause that. Flag comes out, and this could be interference. He got too aggressive to try and stop that play, and they tag him for pass interference. 1st down throwing for Hurts. Gets this to Fant. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Connects with Fant. And he's brought down inside the 10 at the 9. Now a timeout taken by the offense, and we're going to see if they try for 2 plays here or just try the field goal right now. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be 2nd down. So close to the end zone, but with time winding down, they're going to try for the field goal. High percentage look for him here from the left hash. Bates' kick is up and good. And that's going to tie us up just before halftime.
In that close, in the red zone, you know they're upset. They couldn't finish the drive with the touchdown. It's only half the points, but at least there's something to show for the possession.
And well, in the past, we wouldn't have batted an eye as it sailed over the end zone, Brock. But with our new kickoff rules in place, that's going to cost them. The football's coming all the way out to the 30-yard line. And the man is there to knock that away. We've arrived at the break, and what a second half we're in store for. It's tied at 10 after 2. Now we'll jump from the West Coast to the East Coast, down to our studios in Orlando. Jonathan Coachman standing by with our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll get started across the Atlantic in the Irish capital of Dublin, where you see the final score there. Josh Palmer, a touchdown catch in the victory. Next, we head off to check out another game. And as you see, they were winners earlier this afternoon. Alec Pierce, 2 touchdown catches in the victory. And then lastly, on Monday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. We thought this one would be a close battle coming in, and we have not been disappointed. They're all even to this point. This has the feeling of a game that could go right down to the wire. One mistake or one big play could turn out
set to kick
to be
this
the
away.
difference.
Here's Smith on the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And the last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. Henry gets it here to start the drive. The defenders are there to get him at the line. John Franklin Myers coming in to clean things up. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here.
At the 26-yard line.
Here's Hurts. Has him on the quick hitter. And that will not be enough for a first down. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Trying to get it with the option here. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
I could promise you that's not what it looked like on the practice field nor on the whiteboard. Typically, QB run is going to net you a whole lot more yardage than that. But let's give some credit. Strong effort by that defensive front who contained a play that typically goes for a whole lot more.
On comes the Condors punting squad. Got 49 on his first punt. This one looks even longer. That hits at the 9, but nobody around to grab it. It carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. This offense making its way back out now. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Carr here from the gun. It's caught. This is Tajay Spears. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
Kate, I can promise you, you go back and look at the most efficient offenses in the NFL over the last couple decades, one thing will resonate. You've got to be able to attack the middle of the field. It's great to do it with receivers. It's awesome with tight ends. But when you get that influence from your running backs, man, you become a dangerous offense to stop.
We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. They run once more with Spears. He's got a gain of 6 there. Leonard Floyd bringing that play to a close. Call it a gain of 6, and they need only 2 now on 3rd down. Carr setting to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
That pitch and catch won't show up as a big play on the stat sheet, but it gives his own defense a little time to rest. It gives an offensive coordinator a new set of downs to work with.
Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. From the shotgun, Carr. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Jabril Peppers with the pick. And he's going to go. It's a pick 6. That play, Brock. That play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie, didn't it? Starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, then the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers, and he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
Bates now for the point after. The point after splits the uprights. And the Condors break that tie and now lead by 7. A quick chance at redemption after that pick 6 as it's sent away. Here's a return from the 7. He's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line. The Caps and Derek Carr about ready to get back to work. And as we can see here, it hasn't been the easiest game for him to operate out there, right? Number of rough moments for him. This defense able to pick him off twice to highlight their performance against him. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Now the shotgun give to Spears. And he's swallowed up in the middle. No gain on the run. Shaq Griffin finishing that play off. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Now Carr. Oh, brother, it's another interception. And the Condors are going to have it after his 2nd interception of the season.
There's some serious self-scouting going on right now. What is this quarterback not seeing that has led to these 3 interceptions in just this game? And then overall, what is this offense doing that has this defense clued in coverage-wise to every route combination they're trying to throw?
He beams one deep right side. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete.
You know, down here in the red zone where there's a touchdown on the line, you really want to read the quarterback's eyes as a defender. Make sure you know where that throw is going and get in position to swat it away. That is well done.
Connects on the crosser. And they get this all the way down to the 16-yard line. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down.
First and 10 at the 16-yard line.
Working inside the red zone. Touchdown! Now in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
You know, Kate, their offense did its part and padded the lead. Now it's up to this defense to make this 2-score lead hold up and carry it across the finish line.
Bates now for the point after. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Condors double their lead to 14. Following the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition has in store. Fielded at the 7. He stopped on the return at the 27. This offense getting all set for this series. And he's been the victim of 3 interceptions already in this game, Brock. Passing lanes kind of reminding me of LA traffic. Pretty hazardous throughout this game.
Yeah, just a mess and nowhere to go. And it's an awful place both on the highway, and trust me, when you're in the pocket looking at this defense too, it's miserable. Everything's been contested. Everything's been hard. No gimmies. It's a real testament to the work this secondary has done to prepare for this matchup.
Fits it through the middle. And he'll be brought down a step or 2 shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. They managed 22 on the rip and a 1st down.
Well, that is a well-designed route right there. He really made it easy to get that pass to him. Creating space, QB receiver, deliver.
1 play in, and already they're close to midfield. Throwing on 1st down, it's Carr. Complete to Coleman. And a solid gain there. Gets him across the 45 before he goes out. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. Shotgun handoff now for Spears. And he works this to the 38 before going down. Pickup of 5 on that play. And that'll be a first down. 3 quarters in the books from this one. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. New set of downs for him at the 38. Carr with it on first. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up second down. Back to the air. Carr. Connection made to Smith and Jigba. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Working out of the gun. It's Carr. He has the first over the middle. And they haul him down just a foot or 2 shy of the red zone. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
And the Columbus first down.
Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. Throwing again, it's Carr. Oh no, they get him yet again! Jabril Peppers with the pick. And the Condors are gonna have it after his 2nd interception of the season. Well, Brock, it has been a special day for this defense when it comes to forcing turnovers. Big play after big play, and that is their 4th interception of this contest.
Special for the defense and an absolute nightmare for a quarterback. 1 interception, it sticks with you all week long. But throwing 4, he probably wishes he could be anywhere else on earth other than this field right now.
Another drive coming up for this offense. They're up by 2 scores, Brock, but we've got some time left, so they still need to mount a drive here. On first down, Hurts. That's going to be caught by Cooks. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Back to throw, Hurts. That's into the hands of Moore. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
Brings up 2nd and 4 at the 34-yard line.
A play fake, now Hurts to throw. Finds him on the crossing route. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They get 22 on that one. And they'll have first down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. And a lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
And just in case this offense didn't have enough to contend with, now you got to worry about a quarterback that could do what he just did, tote the ball himself for a big run.
First and 10, here's Hurts. He finds Fant. And not much doing, he stopped quickly. 2nd down now, 7 to go.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 30-yard line.
Here's Henry on the option. And they bring him down, but there's a flag on the field. Well, partner, they say there's holding on every play. You just got to look for it, right? That time, though, we did not have to look too hard. running it after the penalty. And they'll bring him down after a pretty short gain. They get 3 on the run. Put a 1 in front of that now as it brings up 3rd and 13. We've reached the 2-minute warning in San Diego. Condors ready to pick up their 8th win of the season. Turning to Henry on 3rd. He breaks the tackle. And they bring him down. Looks like he got it to the 27. So after the 2-minute warning, another stoppage here. The defense is calling time. 1:55 to go. Bates' kick is up and good. And that makes this a 3-score game.
We got ourselves a 3-score game now after that make. It's got to feel like it's going to just about do it with any hopes of a comeback still smoldering. I think these kickers enjoy those opportunities, Kate, to be the one to kick this lead out of range.
Has this at the 6. This return makes it up to the 25. Now outruns their offense to take over. And this a final opportunity to make things a little closer in that final score. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. That's going to be an incomplete pass on the throw to the right.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you've got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
Finds Smith and Jigba. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. Trying to set this up quick. Smith and Jigba there to grab it. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. Before we can get a snap on 2nd down, they call timeout. From the 43, he finds Kincaid. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe. Working fast as the clock ticks towards 0. He's got the hook up to Atwell. And they make the tackle at the 38. Keeping that pace going as the clock continues to run. Gets this to Kincaid. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down. They go play action with Kahn. Oh, brother, it's another interception. Jabril Peppers with the pick. And the Condors take over as he records his 10th career INT.
You know what this is, Kate? This is the practice field coming to life, really on both sides of the ball. While you watch defensive coaches preach all the time, and they work on these returns to get to the near sideline, everybody to get a block, and then for those offensive players to show the effort to go chase that down so it's not a pick 6. Yeah, it stinks for the offense, but that was the practice field coming to life for everybody to see.
The Condors are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. And as we see some of the highlights from their showing, his work a big part of why they're in front right now. Having a nice, solid game as their offensive leader. I think we can say he's had a firm grip on the wheel and has really driven them to this advantage. Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on 1st down. Your favorite formation, right, Brock? The victory formation here as he takes a knee.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And the sting of losing such a close one the week before, apparently still at the forefront of their minds. They got out there and rebounded nicely with a win this week. So for my partner, Brock Heward, and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott, saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. It's a win for the Condors as we say goodbye from San Diego.
It's the NFL on EA Sports, and we're in for a show from Anthony Richardson. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Black Knights and the Pioneers under the lights on Monday night.
We've all waited long enough to get here. It's time for some football as we welcome you to the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Hewitt. I'm Kate Scott, and Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we've got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field.
Yeah, you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage or get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right over him for big yardage, and maybe 6 points too.
Cairo Santos out for the opening kick. And off we go in Monday Night Prime Time. This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. Bringing them out to 4th overall pick, who unfortunately had that rookie season cut short at just 4 games. Good to have him back from Florida, Anthony Richardson.
I don't think it's hyperbole to say that when Anthony Richardson came out of the draft out of Florida, he was the greatest all-around athlete we'd ever seen at quarterback. 240 pounds, running 4.4, jumping 40 inches. He was the envy of defensive ends and linebackers that couldn't put up those numbers. Now, it's taken all those athletic traits and squeezing them into the quarterback position, maximizing all that physical talent to become the superstar he can be.
And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. He's only going to manage to get back to the line. That was Jermaine Johnson there to make the play. So now here's 3rd and 5. Working from the gun, it's Richardson. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
Pretty even match in this first half, and you're just kind of waiting. Right? You just kind of try to get a feel for which defense is going to come to life. And when you get that sack, that could go a long way to infusing some energy on that side of the ball.
Here comes Bryce Behringer to handle the 4th down punt. And he'll punt it away to end a disappointing opening drive. He punted 3 times in the win last week, and this one is away. So no return on that punt. And they'll get ready to go on offense. So here's their offense now to take over for the first time. And they'll be led out by the 8th pick in the draft, the lefty who led your alma mater, Washington, to the national championship game, Brock, Michael Penix Jr.
One of the big advantages of Michael Penix coming into the league is it wasn't storybook in college. In fact, he got beat up in Bloomington. Everybody remembers the end at Washington, the runner-up for the Heisman, the national title game. But he took a beating. Injuries derailed many of his years back at Indiana. And I think because of that background, because of all that gets built through that adversity, he's more than ready for everything that comes his way in the NFL.
And he's brought down for a loss.
There's just no question about it. He has the license to adapt a little bit, to diagnose plays because they trust his instincts. And there, well, it was all on display. Expert-level diagnosis going on to see the potential.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
It's exactly how you draw it up defensively. A 3 and out and a sack on top of it. Create that negative play. Create a little doubt in that quarterback's mind. And offensively, well, that's the worst way to start it. No rhythm, no tempo, and now you give the ball right back to the opponent.
And he's getting nothing on that return. They wrap him up almost at the exact spot that he fielded that punt. Call that a booming 56 yards in the end. And it's going to be their football coming up. Richardson now on 1st and 10. Has him on the quick hitter. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Tackled by Jack Campbell. 2nd down now, 7 to go.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 37-yard line.
The first carry now for Jonathan Brooks. And that's good for a gain of 5. Tackled by Jack Campbell. 5 yards on the play. They could just do that again. 3rd and 2 coming up.
Brings up 3rd and 2.
Now Richardson to throw. Catch made left side by Laporta. And this one does not go far.
Those kind of completions are so frustrating, Kate. It's like a putt. You got it on line, you feel good about it's going in the hole, but you never want to leave it short.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. Their offense headed back out for its 2nd drive of the contest. They didn't start the game off like they wanted, Brock. Still searching for that opening 1st down as they take the field a 2nd time. Penix on 1st down. As a man, it's Tyler Conklin. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Quincy Williams making the tackle.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Penix here from the gun. It's caught Metcalf. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. From the shotgun, Penix. And the 1st down pass set away by a defender, incomplete.
I don't fault the look downfield at all. I mean, that's just a situation there where it's a better defensive play than the offense executing.
And again, it's Penix. Got a man, Robinson has it. And he stopped. Now we'll wait to hear what this flag is all about.
Holding offense.
Fighting all he could to keep his quarterback upright, but crossed the line there. That earns the holding penalty. That's the end of our 1st quarter. 3 more to go still on Monday night. Couple of zeros on the board right now. We'll return with more NFL action right after this. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter 2. They have 2nd down behind the sticks. Metcalf there to bring it in. And he crosses the sideline a yard or 2 beyond, looks like the 30. Wonder what's in the playbook here as they come up on 3rd and 11. Penix working from the gun. Completed over the middle. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line.
Awareness. You've got to be aware. Play caller, quarterback, receiver have to be aware of where the sticks are. They're out just not enough, not deep enough to extend the drive. And
bringing the heat up the middle, and they block it! Live ball scooped up inside the 20, and that's going to be a touchdown! Evan McPherson on to try the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And they add one on to their 1st touchdown of the contest. And after they reach the end zone, they'll kick it off and turn things over to the defense. Scott now to return. And this drive will start inside the 25. The offense headed back to the field. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
no, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
On 1st down, they'll run. And he runs into a wall there. Multiple defenders ready to stop him cold at the line. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Another carry for him. And he'll be met near the line to limit the gain to a yard. Jalen Thompson, the man on the tackle. So a tough spot now. This is 3rd and 9. Penix now to throw. This one taken in by Zacchaeus. And he's brought down, but there's some laundry on the field.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
So a big self-inflicted error as that personal foul moves the ball forward quite a bit. Throwing from the pistol, Penix. Into the hands of Conklin. And he pushes this down to the 22-yard line. Pickup of 12 on that play. And that'll give him a first down. Penix now. Finds him over the middle. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot. Give your quarterback a chance.
Complete over the middle. And this is down all the way to the 3. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. 4 downs now to get in. Here's 1st and goal. Shotgun snap. They're going to throw. Juke the defender.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
Penix. And they get to him way behind the line on this one and take him down. So now, here's 3rd and goal. Penix looking to pass. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
I'll tell you this, Kate, that's we got to be on the same page with one another and get both ends of the play right to execute, both the protection and ultimately completing that ball. They certainly want that play call back. That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team was out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
Return coming from the 6. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. This offense ready to get going again now. They seem likely to carry the lead into the locker room, but some points here to end the half could make things even more comfortable. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap now to Richardson. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47. It's a 23-yard pickup on the play. And they're going to have a first down. Great start to the drive. They're up in the neighborhood of midfield after just one play. First down throw here from Richardson. He gets it complete to his man, Tyreek Hill. And this is marked down right along that 40-yard line. They'll come up 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Richardson. He finds Slayton. This is ahead for about 5. Tackle made by Chuck Clark. Offense at the line, but they won't snap it. We've got a timeout. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. They'll throw again. Richardson finds Laporta. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26. Timeout taken by the offense. They're 2nd. All right, set now. 1st and 10. Working from the gun, it's Richardson. Laporta with the grab. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Tackle made by Chuck Clark. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Throwing it again here. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. Just before halftime, we get a timeout. Take it. Only time left for one more snap, Brock, so they're going to run out their field goal units. From the left hash, this is from 47. Butker knocks it through. And add 3 to their lead as it extends to 7.
A dependable kicker, man. That is a coach's best friend. Saves him so much stress to have a guy he can really trust to go out and hit it from that distance consistently. Because from that far out, no kick is a guarantee.
One last play before the break. Looking to throw. He lofts it deep, right sideline. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. We're the halfway mark, and it's the Black Knights out in front in London. Now we'll send you back across the pond to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman waiting patiently to bring you the EA Sports halftime reports. Coach?
All right, Kate. Thanks very much. More from you and the old quarterback momentarily. But first, let's give everyone a look at what's going on around the NFL. We begin in the gateway to the West in St. Louis, Missouri, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Alec Pierce, 2 touchdown catches in the victory. From there, let's head off and check out a second game. And as you see, they were losers back on Thursday night. Josh Palmer, a touchdown catch in the victory. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. With that, the 2 squads are headed out of the tunnel. So let's get you back out to Kay Scott and Brock Eward.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Scott now to return. The return manages to get just beyond the 30. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive in the second half. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Quick throw, right side, complete to start this drive. And he breaks even, but that's it. Brought down at that line of scrimmage. Brought down on the effort by Quinion Mitchell. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Here's Penix. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
That sure ended up being a worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down. And he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. It's just one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
So not an enviable spot here as they come up on 3rd and very long. Penix here from the gun. Again he's under pressure, and he goes down. And consecutive sacks have them staring at a tough 4th down.
An individual player taking over a drive isn't limited to just skilled players on the offense. If a defender gets in a groove like this, he can wreck a drive single-handedly with his pass rush. That is back-to-back sacks for him now. And it sure seems like whatever move he's throwing out there, it's working.
Gets this one away from a tough spot, backed up inside the end zone. And he'll make the fair catch. Didn't make it to the 50. This one just short of midfield. That punt goes unanswered. No return there. And they're going to be set up in great position to begin their drive. Richardson now on 1st and 10. Catch made by Keaton Mitchell. It's a pickup of 11, and it'll give them a first down. Markers reset, ball at the 37.
First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
On first down, it's Richardson. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up.
That's now the third sack of the game, and I know how these defenders start to think, how many more can I tally up before this one's over? Still a bunch of game time. And this defense, well, they're feeling it.
They really need some chunk yardage here on second down. Another try following the sack. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
You know, I'm not sure if he was hearing footsteps or just had a surprise break in concentration. It's so unusual to see one dropped unless there's a hit involved.
Here he is on third and long. He'll get this one to Brown. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop.
You've got to be cognizant of where the line to gain is. You can't run that route short, and you certainly can't throw it. That route's just not deep enough. Needed to extend it closer to the chains for a first down.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. And this will fly out of bounds to deny a return. They're going to mark it a little before the 20. Now this offense ready to head back out. And this game might be going better if he could have some more time just to work back there. This pass rush has been all over them. Really keeps taking this offense out of any grooves that they've managed to get into.
Okay, I like to say in life there's energy givers and there's energy vampires.
Yeah.
And for this defense, these sacks right here, they're such energy givers. And man, it's like a vampire sucking the juice out of an offense.
Yeah, I love that. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
That was the perfect play call for that particular situation. Gave him enough to pick up a first with some room to spare.
Empty backfield now. The running back motions out left. Finds his target, Mason. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
That just might be a throw he regretted as soon as you let it go. I know that feeling. He was doing all he could to find a completion down the field, but they were all over that check down, ready to turn it into a negative play.
One of the most common penalties in the sport, and the reaction, it's the same every time, Brock. Frustration from the coach as they get backed up 5 yards. All right, here we go, second down. From the shotgun, Penix. Metcalf's got it, complete. And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the first. Third and a lone yard coming up. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he could not get there. They stop him right at the line. They stop him just short and force a 4th and 1.
As that linebacker makes that tackle right in the middle of the field, all I'm thinking about right now, Cade's training camp. Because that's a middle drill right there. That is textbook. What you do in training camp, coming to life when it matters.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. This punt out of bounds on the fly. We're waiting for the mark. Looks like they're going to say it's short of the 30. The offense getting set to go. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the second half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every first down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up. Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care when. Just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
Taken in by Hill, right side. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
The tackle made back at the 39-yard line.
Only 1 quarter remains in our final game of the week. That's the end of the third. It's still just a 1-score game as we resume play in the 4th. Third and 4 coming up now. Back to throw. Here's Richardson. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he's going to run for it. It's a gain of 22. And it sets up first down.
Man, I don't ever want to be a defensive coordinator. They do so many things right to take away the pass, and then what happens? Well, you get a quarterback that lowers his head, gashes the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game. You take away the pass, but you can't stop the QB run.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Richardson back to throw. That's complete. Here's Brown. And they bring him down around the 34. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
At the 34-yard line.
Brooks on the counter. And he'll get this down at the 33-yard line. They manage a single yard that time. They're going to have to solve 3rd down and 4.
The yard on the play brings up 3rd and 4.
Here's Richardson. He's on the move. Trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down. Big moment coming up for Evan McPherson on this attempt. This is a 55-yard look from the left hash. It's no good. It had the leg, but his aim wide right. And it stays a one-possession game at 7 points.
And hope still remains in the building, Kate. Not a 2-score game. In fact, a make there, well, it could have been a death knell. But the miss, you just see it. It breathes some new life into the opposing sideline.
Back out runs their offense. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. They'll run here on 1st down. And they beat him to the edge. That run stopped back at the line. We've got a break in the action. Looks like someone was shaken up on the play. Medical personnel out now to attend to him. 2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Penix working from the gun. This one taken in by Zacchaeus. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. 3rd and 6 for them to figure out now. He's back to throw. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. 4th down, that much tougher.
As we're into the 4th quarter, we know this. We know that money down could not be any more important than right now. Both sides are certainly fatigued. You feel it in both their play. But battling through what's been a physical contest all game long, going to be the key here down the stretch.
The Pioneers readying for the punt. And he's going to try to avoid having a second one blocked here. And he finally gets a hold of one here. This is hit far. It's fielded at the 14. And he gets his offense in better field position here to start. Up close to the 30. Nice 12-yard pickup on the return. And it'll be their football. Their offense returning to the field for another possession. They've ripped off 4 straight wins, and if this lead holds, that's going to be 5 before we know it. A carry by Brooks to start the drive. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a 1st down.
Pretty obvious, this defense, they need more people around the line of scrimmage. But the minute you do that, Kate, start opening up those throwing lanes. This is how balance takes apart a defense.
Shotgun snap now to Richardson. Connects with Slayton. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Hands off here for Brooks. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Now we get another stoppage here. Just 1:52 remaining. The defense burns a timeout. New set of downs for him from the 46. 1st down, and they go right back to him. And not a lot of room for him as he's brought down. Timeout taken by the defense. Their 2nd. 2nd down now, 7 to go. Running once more with Brooks. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. The defense takes its third and final timeout. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on first down. He goes to a knee as time winds down in this one.
This is situational football at its best. There's still some time left to bleed off the clock, but the really important thing here is you've got to bleed every second of that clock that you can.
On second down, it's Brooks. And he's going to fight his way down to the 35-yard line. He'll get that yard back, but no more. It's 3rd and 10. They drop to a knee, and what little time we have left here is going to tick down.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And this winning streak continues to grow as they claim their 4th victory in a row. And with Brock Heward and our EA Sports crew, I'm Kate Scott saying so long from this one. The Black Knights are winners as we say cheerio from London.